Welcome everyone to the show. Another week here at the NACE Star League. Myself, LaFon, alongside me, Juggle God. As always, the tradition continues as we get set to get underway here with week 2 of Overwatch 2 and week 2 of the broadcast, week 3 in games. As we take a look, let's get right into it. Let's take a look immediately at the schedule for the day. We start off, of course, with Maryland versus James Madison, but it's a booked slate. 3 more games after that, so for a total of 4 here in league play for week 3.
And this is going to be a very exciting match to start off with here, LaFon. Both University of Maryland and JMU are sitting at a perfect record. They've gone 2-0 in both of their games. I believe Maryland was actually the only one of the two of them to even drop a map. JMU, if memory serves me correct, is had a couple 3-0s, Maryland 3-1, and then a 3-0. So yeah, this is going to be a very exciting one indeed. And for one, I'm excited to see exactly how James Madison University is going to handle Speep on University of Maryland. Speep is just an extraordinarily strong Sojourn player, and a lot of what Maryland's going to be doing is revolving around enabling Speep.
One of the things we saw last week, of course, is that a good hit scan can take over the game, and Sojourn still at the competitive level, a very, very flexible hit scan character, with that railgun, right? A lot of mobility, so not particularly easy to pin down. And if you're hitting your shots, well, then of course you're going to be a real threat, and make no mention of the overclock when you tag that in as well. So overall, absolutely agreed. That is a player to watch out for as we get set to get into the match itself. And I mean, it's gonna be a platoon approach from their opposition, right? This is going to be a case of, can the team kind of work together to enable someone to really take that lead as a sort of carry player. We'll see if that kind of plays in. Again, not a ton of obviously game footage for either of these teams. We didn't see them last week, so welcome to the broadcast for the first time this season. It gives us an approach, as we move forward to see how the NACE Star League is evolving in terms of the meta, and what teams are choosing to run overall. So definitely here in week 2 of the broadcast itself, week 3 of games, as we highlighted moments ago, gives us an understanding the teams are starting to, I think, cement their identity in this season in the new patch. It's been 2 weeks since that patch dropped, so obviously a lot to be learned there. And now, I mean, Juggle, once we kind of get into the match itself, and no surprises, we start off on Lijiang Tower here in game number 1. But once we get in here, I think one of the things we're kind of looking for is this going to be a tempo game, meaning a lot of dive, a lot of mobility, or is it going to be sort of more stable? Are they going to play a little bit more, poke or rushed? And I think that's really the expectation coming to map 1.
Absolutely, and especially when we're talking about JMU as well, right? This is a team that during Overwatch 1 days, they've really enjoyed playing these Wrecking Ball comps. Well, guess what's strong now? Yeah. Wrecking Ball. So, likely we're going to see that come out, but they had, at least initially, since Overwatch 2 was launched, they had moved into more rush-style compositions. So they can certainly do either one, and, test the waters with both, see how they're able to go up against University of Maryland, and which one maybe is going to help deny Speep more opportunities to make those big plays, which we know they're capable of.
It's interesting you bring up the Wrecking Ball specifically, because obviously in the first couple of patches of Overwatch 2, not really a strong character overall, right? Fairly niche, limited to kind of trolling your ranked games most of the time. Now as we get into a patch where Wrecking Ball arguably has a lot more agency in terms of survivability, disruption, and beyond. Yeah, it's really interesting to see if they're going to return to that kind of identity of the past, or if the Overwatch 2 team has, looking towards the future for a more different style. Still, that being said, it is only week 2 of the broadcast of the NACE Star League, so we aren't quite sure, where the identity of the NACE Star League as an entirety is going to go yet. So as we kind of look towards last season, right, it took around the 3rd week of games or so before we really started to see patterns emerge. Again, once teams had kind of gotten used to the patch, had gotten a lot of scrims under their belt. I think this is the week that we're going to finally start to see the evolution of the meta happen in real time. So I'm really excited to see, again, even beyond just that sort of Wrecking Ball question, in terms of team identity, where the identity of the of NACE as a whole is going to go.
And I think we've got, some directions we know it could be going, right? Just based on last week. Wrecking Ball certainly very present, but there were some games where I don't know if we even saw that tank come out, right? I forget. It's either the 3rd or 4th match last week. It strikes a chord with my memory. So it's certainly, like you said, it's not set in stone. Things are evolving, and we're going to be jumping into the game very, very shortly. But first, we're going to throw it to a short break while we make sure everything is set up and ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
back to the show as we get set to get underway with game one, map one as well in just a moment. Apologies for the delay, but we are set for some action here for some Overwatch 2 as we get ready to go for map one. Jungle God, I mean, you know, we already highlighted some of the things that we expect to see in terms of compositions, but definitely going to be an interesting game as we step into Lijiang Tower.
It certainly will, because this is, again, these control point maps, I love the fact that we get to see them first, because 3 sub maps, we get to see a lot of especially different play styles. And in this one in particular, I think it's particularly salient because Wrecking Ball is so good on Night Market, is so good on Gardens. And then the more rush brawl style composition, definitely better in Control Center. All of which are things that JMU is going to look to play here to see if they can, again, try and shut down speed, because I think that's going to be one of their big win conditions. Somehow shutting down that Sojourn for the University of Maryland.
Well, it's nice when the win condition is straightforward, at least in terms of the analytical sets. The execution is now the main method of application, and yeah, definitely a highlight to step in. And one thing, you know, that is a little interesting is in terms of game footage on these teams, not a lot, mostly because we haven't, you know, seen them on broadcast, but that also leaves a lot to, you know, surprise, you know, teams stepping out of this first fight and see if there are any interesting looks coming in. James Madison on the rush. It looks to be at least a somewhat of a mirror as we are going to get underway here. Ryan v. Ryan, and it looks like one team, both teams in fact, running the Symmetra to get a spawn. We'll see if there's some changes afterwards once that steps through.
First, one of the big differences is going to be that Cassidy versus the May. We do, yes, we did just fix the team's name, so we got them on the right side now. It's going to be Maryland who takes control of the point first. Is going to unlock in about 10 seconds here. JMU just looking to try and get a little bit of poke damage before they have to start actually contesting.
Yeah, the big difference here, of course, the Symmetra no longer on play for James Madison as they switch over to Tracer and already making their presence known. That's Pumpkin down.
Yeah, that's going to be another one. Immortality Field does come out from Paul, but JMU, they smell blood in the water. They make quick work of it, and Storm Hornet already just about doubling the ult charge on the Rhine for Maryland.
I mean, the Earth Shatter is in play at this stage, right? The one thing that kind of highlights there is that despite having the Symmetra and getting to point first, they weren't able to convert that to point presence. Now, I mean, I don't know that anyone on Maryland is going to clock this Earth Shatter, and so this could be the first real big one fight win, or one ult win of the map.
Yeah, and there it comes. He's going to knock down 4 players. Paul, the only one still standing, does get the Immortality Field out in time, but Impulse is going to be able to go ahead and get into the backline, find Musai from the other direction. Giga keeps off the rest of JMU, and that's going to be a second quick fight win.
Yep. Just a very, I mean, that's when you have such a big ult advantage that no one is clocking. There's no way you expect that to be in play. The Reinhardt doesn't have that on read, and so now James Madison get that one ult win. From the high ground, I would expect to see the Ant Matrix used here for some damage throughput, but Impulse is waiting in the wings, Pulse Bomb at the ready, and the entire team rather calling out that they're on the approach.
Definitely a lot going to be on the shoulders of Paul. They do get the amplification matrix out. That's going to allow them to get this fight win despite Paul going down.
One fire strike to open things up means that there was no one to really reply. And the difference there is the May, in fact, right? Liu comes up big. First, a headshot onto Impulse to remove the Tracer from the equation, so that Pulse Bomb a non-factor. But then on top of that, using the wall to deny the Ant Matrix from James Madison. And JNU, I mean, a very clean fight given away based off that one interaction between the wall and the Ant Matrix.
It's going to be an Earth Shatter block this time by Storm. Mayball does come out. Blizzard going to be utilized as well. Immortality Field goes up. Giga not going to be able to stay alive under that barrage of damage. Impulse will get one exit pick, but University of Maryland definitely in the driver's seat right now, and the point continues to tick up in their favor. Shatter coming out from Storm. Hornet tries to turn things around, but it will be Maryland at the end of the day who gets this fight win.
An ill-advised Earth Shatter, considering that the sound barrier was committed in that last fight and no one was left alive to really take advantage, to really fall through. So James Madison now hunting from behind, and we saw how big Paul was able to find value with that Ant Matrix in the last fight. So with that back online, you'd expect Maryland to kind of close this one out. They're going to exceed James Madison in percentage, and feels like James Madison kind of throwing away resources.
Oh, Deadeye not going to find anything. Speed lets loose with it just a little quickly. Lou already down. That's going to be JMU taking control of this fight. Cleanup will come in and they will retake the point.
suppose one way of handling that is just go faster than your opponent. As the Deadeye comes through from Speep, no one, everyone kind of coalesces on James Madison's side around the Cassidy, and even with those skulls, not able to find a final blow. So a big cleanup there. Now it's going to be a repeat of that high ground rotation from Maryland on the last fight they won on the approach. See if James Madison is able to clock the Ant Matrix and dodge the damage throughput this time around.
All getting ready to. It's going to be Giga who lets theirs go first. Lou falls almost immediately, but counterpick coming in now for Speed. Immortality Field has to be used. Moose High chasing down the remaining members of JMU, and in the nick of time, they will turn this point back over in their favor.
That is a really rough fight for James Madison, because now, even though they're at 99% or close to it, they'll have a very harried fight on the last 15% here as we approach the final marker of this first round. James Madison making some switches to get to point faster. Storm Hornet on the Wrecking Ball. And you need someone to contest. You'll get the Wrecking Ball in close, but don't have any really damage throughput, especially with the Blizzard coming back online here in a moment.
Exactly. This could be absolutely devastating for JMU's chances. It's going to be a sound barrier coming out from Pumpkin as well. The combination of that with the Blizzard proving to be just a little too much. Silverstein, that was one of the big win conditions for JMU. Not going to have anything. Excellent charge coming in from Moose as well. Getting a Tracer off the board. Kill the Flight does get the sound barrier out, but at this point, it's not going to matter. And Maryland will take the first submap.
And the two critical fights there are both Amplification Matrix fights that Maryland walks into the objective with, right? James Madison not able to deny any resources at all on that round. And yeah, it's a tough opening gambit to have that happen back to back. And James Madison now down a round.
Speep did a lot of work, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they were one of the standout players from Maryland at that point, but they weren't also on the Sojourn. Still, they did get the work done, and we are going to see them swap over to it here for Gardens.
Very up-tempo style here from Maryland. Going with the, well, essentially a dive here. Lou and Mushi likely to sync up.
Ooh.
Speaking of sinking, I suppose, it is going to be the Lucio falling in the drink.
Yeah, different kind of sink, but you're absolutely right. Looks like most likely a rollout gone just a little bit wrong there. That's definitely going to give an early advantage to JMU, and they decide to take control of the point, position themselves there while Pumpkin tries to get back in. It's going to be a big dive into the back line. Gig forced to use the Immortality Field. Still didn't feel like they were safe enough, so they drop back a little bit. Silverstein does find Lou on a flank. Points going to tick over in favor of JMU. So Maryland, they either need to back out here or just die quickly on point.
Choose the former rather than the latter as they stabilize for the moment. Storm Hornet's so weak. Has to be careful.
Yeah, Gig forced to run a little extra healing to keep their tank, the rest of their team alive. Speed having a hard time of it at the moment. Silverstein able to take them out pretty quickly, and now JMU is pushing forward without any kind of punishment to this kind of aggression.
That's a really big pickup. And I mean, this time around, I don't think that Maryland has sort of that one fight win potential they did last round with the Ant Matrix, right? So question is, how do you resolve an engagement when you don't have that kind of utility? We're just going to switch over to the Wrecking Ball at this stage now. A little bit more mobility in the backline, not taking that head-to-head battle, but it's going to be James Madison who runs forward.
Picks just coming in hand over fist once again off the back of that Amplification Matrix, which continues to be such a determining factor in these matchups.
Oh, and unfortunately for Lou, caught without a recall. And the entirety of James Madison coalesces to take down the Tracer. Maryland's dive rather has just not been particularly cohesive. James Madison's the one setting the tempo. They're walking forward, and every time they try and engage, get denied.
Great moment right there from Paul, making sure they don't get caught in that Earth Shatter. Nobody does. Speed now with the overclock online. Sound barrier as well from both sides to see if they can keep everyone up. Now Speed starting to land the shots that they need. Able to get two very quickly. Lou combines for the third. University of Maryland will be able to take over the point, but they have pushed themselves into a corner. Realistically, they can't lose another.
Indeed. And now the question is, do you have sort of the wherewithal to win out every fight from here on to the rest of the map? Essentially, keep in mind that Maryland, despite having the Kitsune Rush, there is not really a lot to kind of punch through, right? The overclock was used. They don't have the sustain of the sound barrier. Realistically, they're counting on Suzu to do a whole lot of work here, and that's a big expectation to have for the Kiriko. Keep an eye on the supports. They'll have to do a ton of work here in this next fight.
Speaking of which, that's going to be actually both tracers down. The Kitsune Rush does come out. Musai getting closer and closer to the minefield, but they might not need it. Storm Hornet's going down very quickly. Giga has to put out the immortality field. Is taken care of relatively quickly. There comes the minefield. First victim going to be Gig. Maryland will hold on to the point.
The point did flip over, so they're not gaining any percentage, right? That's the big problem here. Still, Silverstein is caught out, isolated. That was Maryland basically gaining no progress and investing in that fight. So, despite winning it in the grand macro sense, essentially they're no better off than they were before. And James Madison is in a much better position. Keep in mind, James Madison walked in with almost nothing. This fight is going to be the one where they have all the resources to their name.
Amplification matrix coming up again, especially with the Deadeye. This could be pretty brutal. Speed going down early is bad, especially considering they had the overclock ready, just about ready to go. Musai tries to put a little bit of pressure on the Silverstein, but they're just holding the Deadeye. That's allowing them to get a lot of capture percentage onto the point, trying to flip it, but Maryland still holding onto it. Speed has respawned, so they're going to be back in, but a huge fire strike through the amplification matrix takes out a pair of players. Speed now with a lot of work on their shoulders, tries to get something done, but James Madison University firmly in the driver's seat. They get the point back. I don't think anyone even touches here, Lafon. Ooh, Lou at the last moment.
Yeah, last moment. It's not, I mean, they need a big pick right now, and they're just not getting it. That's one player down already.
Sandberry does come out from Pumpkin, but no DPS anywhere to be found here for Maryland. Musai getting closer to the minefield, but once again, the fire strikes from Stormheart have just been spectacular. Gets 2 picks with it right there. Musai trying to get into the air to come up with a slam. Unable to do it, and now, first map even at 1 apiece.
A lot closer of a round than perhaps was expected. I think that's just the nature of control and how skirmishy can be with the wrecking ball in play. Overall, I think James Madison just understood their win condition, didn't really let it or disappear. And Maryland didn't have an opportunity to get back in those fights, right? They didn't have an excellent win condition. The Sojourn overclock perhaps, but overall not a very useful tool if you can't have it every fight. And Sweep was kept out of the thick of things quite frequently. So James Madison, they play an aggressive rush, and it pays off as they even up Lijiang Tower.
A quick aside, something I found interesting, we have seen a whole lot more Baptiste coming into play, especially with these Reinhardt compositions, I think, becoming a little more viable after their buff. Both teams vying for control of the high ground, but JMU is going to give it up, at least initially, to Maryland. Point unlocking here in about 10 seconds, Lafon. No big progress being made. No mortality fields have had to come out yet, so still a lot of utility online for both teams. This Junkrat, though, of Lou, putting in so much damage to the Storm Hornet shield. The immortality field has to come up. It's not going to be quick enough to save, kill the fly, though, and with that, Maryland will get first control here on Control Center.
So much more spam on Maryland's side. They just death by 1,000 cuts in that particular fight, right? There wasn't James Madison just simply do not have that level of pressure to kind of reply. And between Speep with the alternating right click, the alternate fire, and the primary, taking down the supports, and then the spam that Lou is able to bring forth on the Junkrat. No response. You just need a big pick from James Madison from your DPS, and you're not getting that with the level of sustain that Maryland has to bring.
Amplification matrices coming online now. Paul's going to get there first. Tries to throw a fire strike through it as Musai doesn't catch anybody for the pick, but the charge going to be good on Kill the Fly. So now JMU not going to be able to disengage. Musai takes complete advantage of that with a shatter to secure them another fight win.
This round has really been the Reinhardt for Maryland continuing to, I think, extend the head-to-head gameplay here. Again, assisted by all that damage, right? There's a lot of shield break, and Storm Hornet not quite able to walk in as freely. James Madison's DPS going to make a switch. They have the main now to try and isolate Lucy, but it may be a little too late.
Yeah, 60% and counting. Even if JMU does take control of the point after this fight, there's not going to be a whole lot of room for error. Massive fire strike. Storm Hornet gets 3 through the window to give James Madison the point.
That's one of the things that we haven't seen in quite some time. That 100 damage fire strike through the Matrix instantly kills squishies in this patch. A return to the combo from yesteryear. And James Madison, expensive though it was, at least get their footing under them and perhaps can now attempt to make a run through.
Wow, that's going to be 4 players laid on the ground by Storm Hornet Shatter. Pumpkin in the nick of time does get the sound barrier online, but Kill the Fly able to wait a little bit longer in order to use theirs. Going to be a trade of the tanks here, but JMU comes out a little bit ahead and continues to hold the point.
Unlucky for Pumpkin in that fight, gets booped up in the air. Sound barrier does not land quite at the moment they would have liked it to, so a player dies before it completes the activation, and unfortunately that was just enough time for that damage disadvantage to come and be evident.
Return coming out now from Lou, going to the back line now, juking everybody. Gonna be taken out though by Silverstein. Great heads up play from them. In the meantime though, Moose High gets a pick, so still a lot of damage done. Maryland does flip the point back over in their favor, considering Storm Hornet isn't there to help them push forward.
Yeah, that Riptire just buys enough time, even though it doesn't get the detonation, right? You can see Storm Hornet juggling their shield, trying to block it, and just opens up their back to free damage.
Oh, that's going to be a Shatter going straight into a shield. Impulse with the Blizzard. Opens things up for James Madison to take control of the point once again. But now they once again will have to play this perfectly to take the map win.
I mean, this round has been an indication of how important having your tank alive is, right? Every time a team loses their tank, they lose the fight. So yeah, it just being able to kind of hold that front line is so impressive, so massive for them. Big rotation coming in from Maryland, as they're going to use the Matrix, rather the photon barrier to get to the objective.
Shatter comes in, this time catches 2 players. Silverstein is there with a pair of quick picks. JMU will come away with the win here on Lijiang Tower, but this was a very hard-fought affair here, Lafon.
Us? Oh, barely. Unlucky. That, Lou, there was an opportunity there. We saw the moments. Yeah. I saw the script play out. Just not quite enough in the final seconds of the round. Still, I mean, a very theatrical game overall. A lot of back and forth, right? And I think a lot more questions raised than answers given in that opening frame. And a lot of that does come down to the fact that I think stylistically, we haven't seen a true head-to-head matchup, stay even, right? It's been sort of one-sided depending on the stage that we go to. So on the opening round, in round number 1, there was that symmetric, there was the Reinhardt. Unfortunately, 2 very key plays just ran away from JMU. They weren't able to shut down those Ant Matrix rotations off the high ground. They lost 2 free fights, and then that kind of snowballed away from them. Now you look at the round 2 and 3, and it comes down to the fact that JMU just being able to play at a higher tempo most of the time, and as long as they don't slip up too frequently, it gets tougher for Maryland to kind of keep pace with them. So does that change as we head into games 2 or map 2 and further? I mean, that is probably the biggest question at this stage: is can JMU increase the gap in that tempo play, or will Maryland be able to slow down the game enough to kind of retort a la round number 1 of Lijiang?
Well, it really seems like JMU is getting to exactly what they want to do, right? They want to be able to play this rush. They want to be able to play it at this aggressive and high tempo. And yeah, University of Maryland hasn't really stopped them from doing that. Speed definitely been a part of some of their success here, but really not that kind of omnipresent force that I think we were anticipating coming into this match. Now, doesn't mean they aren't doing a good job, right? They're going practically toe-to-toe here with JMU. These were very, very close sub-maps. So, which way is it going to swing as we move to the next map? I honestly feel like it's anyone's guess at this point.
And I'm now curious as to what map selection is going to be as we head into map number 2, as we go to hybrid. All right, Kings Row.
Should we really be surprised?
This does, of course, play into the Reinhardt kind of mirror that we've been seeing so far, interestingly enough. And again, tank selection has been kind of anyone's guess at this stage, right? We don't have a lot of competitive playtime on this patch, right? So the question is Reinhardt really as good as these teams are making it seem, or is this more of a comfort pick? That still, I think, remains to be relayed. And as we head into Kings Road, right, historically a rush map, historically Reinhardt very popular here. As of late, we've seen more Ramatra, right? We've seen even Wrecking Ball played on this. Does that change from the Reinhardt we saw on Lijiang Tower in map 1 of this series, or do they continue to kind of play to the Reinhardt? And does that mean Reinhardt is actually good, or does it mean Reinhardt is a comfort pick? That, I think, is also another question that hasn't been yet being resolved. So definitely an interesting look as we head into map number 2.
It certainly is, but I'm anticipating we're going to see both teams roll out, at least initially, with the Reinhardt. I mean, we saw how dominant Storm was on that first round of Lijiang Tower, and if JMU can continue to kind of enable Storm, enable that Reinhardt, then I think Kings Row is the perfect place to put them. And so then the impetus would be onto Maryland to determine whether or not they want to swap. And if memory serves me right, it was Maryland that we did in fact see swapping over to the Wrecking Ball. I don't believe we actually even saw JMU go over to the Wrecking Ball in that last match. So my guess, Reinhardt gonna be the name of the game here as we head to Kings Row.
You look at the rooftops here in Kings Row. Fish and chips. I haven't had fish and chips in a while, now that I think about it.
Yeah, you know what? Neither have I, actually.
Like near on a decade at this point.
Oh wow, so a long time for you. I had some in Virginia Beach actually, like 5-6 years ago. I think was the most recent time.
I tell a lie.
On a gig.
I tell a lie.
That was good
when
stuff.
I was in university, a friend of mine, we went and got dinner, and we got fish and chips at one point in a seafood place near-ish to where I live, or where I lived, I suppose.
I'm sure. Yeah.
So yeah, no, it would have about the same time frame as that.
You know, I still haven't quite gotten used to the daylight here in Kings Row. I don't know. I overall, I prefer my maps at night. It's like dark mode, I think, on a phone or your computer or whatever. I just kind of like it. I like the aesthetic a little bit more.
You say, fair enough. A lot of the maps do look better in the nighttime. I personally think like Colosseo, for example, much better in the daytime. Just straight up an upgrade.
You know, yeah, that's actually true. Although that was kind of like a Twilight situation there until I guess recently, right, when they updated it to kind of more of a morning look. But gonna have our first look potentially here at Ramatra coming out, Lafon.
James Madison, though, why fix what ain't broke? We're gonna stay on the Reinhardt look here. But indeed, it's gonna come to Ken. Actually, and Tony as well.
Yeah, player swap
stepping in. Yep.
Oh, wow. The very, very aggressive charge coming out from Storm. Harmony Glue able to section them away with the wall. Because of that, Pumpkin, everybody else from Maryland able to just completely negate Storm Hornet, take control of this first point and claim it as their own.
An ill-advised charge from Storm Hornet. Ambitious.
Yeah.
Is the more diplomatic way of putting it. I mean, still, that fight really is just Reinhardt charges in, Maywall goes up, there's no way for the team to support him. Annihilation, or Nemesis rather, goes through shields. Fight over. Speaking of Annihilation, though, that's going to be up after this cooldown is used of the Nemesis, and a very real chance here for Maryland to snowball this 2 fights in a row.
There certainly is, especially considering Lou is coming up on that Blizzard as well. So if this Annihilation doesn't get it done, then certainly that is going to. Speed going to be able to take out Storm Hornet almost immediately. That Annihilation causing everybody to fall back and give a lot of card progress over to Maryland.
Yeah, even with that nerf to that 20-second timer, right? 20 seconds is still a lot of time. So
yeah,
that's back-to-back fights where Maryland, off the back of Tony, just isolating Storm Hornet and running them down, and then the rest of the team following. And very cheap, too. Annihilation built so quickly. Storm Hornet, by the way, recognizing the Reinhardt isn't really finding a ton of value, making a swap to the mirror. So Ramatra will be the name of the game here. Both Blizzards are online, so May can really be a big factor in this fight.
Doing a rush coming out immediately for Paul. Here comes the Blizzard as well, but Tony already has a pick on the board. Impulse tries to counter with a Blizzard of their own. Tony goes down very low, and in fact, Impulse able to take them out through the amplification matrix that Giga just dropped. But Carter's already here on the brink of a third. So Maryland has to be happy with this progress despite taking this fight loss.
A little unfortunate timing there. I mean, James Madison lost the opening portion of that fight. Just quick reactions from the Baptiste, from James Madison to get that Amp Matrix down in time. And really saving the fight for them, actually.
It's going to be an interesting fight here. Speed does have the overclock. Kill the Fly, though. Want to make sure they stay alive as soon as that is used. Going to be one of the only ways they're going to be able to sustain through it. Of course, here it comes. Immortality Field has to come out as well from Giga. Might have been a little bit of a timing mistake there. Speed unable to get any picks this time around with the overclock. And because of that, Storm Hornet, as soon as it expires, pops the annihilation. And that is exactly what happens to Maryland.
Tragic timing for Pumpkin there. Literally as the sound barrier is being cast, 2 players die like instantly. So timing just a fraction of a second too late, and that costs Maryland not just the fight, but their resource advantage. It's just the annihilation in tow for Tony, and with Impulse coming up to this Blizzard, you have to think that this is going to slow down the game. I mean, both literally and figuratively. And the time bank that James Madison was struggling with may now end up being in their favor.
Oh, May goes down very low. Forced to use the ice block this time. Tony now with the annihilation, putting in so much damage to Storm Hornet. They're just not going to be able to sustain through it, especially in the... they try to come back in this with the Blizzard, but now Impulse not going to have that for the next fight as Maryland captures this point.
Yeah, it's a tad unfortunate that the Blizzard wasn't up like, you know, a couple of seconds faster, which would have really, I think, turned the fight in James Madison's favor. Unfortunately, Maryland, recognizing they have a window of opportunity, just hit the go button on the annihilation, and James Madison just too far away from those resources, those important ultimates, to turn the fight in their favor. And Maryland have rescued their time bank at this stage of the third point. Still, this next fight's going to be a critical one. And I mean, you expect Maryland to come out on top, what with the Blizzard being unanswerable here from James Madison.
Here comes the Kitsune rush to get them in nice and close as well to the team. Storm Hornet trying to get a lot of work done here. Amplification matrix out now for Giga. Gonna be 2 players falling, one from either side. Here comes Lou now with the Blizzard. They go down almost immediately though after using it, but there's still a lot of car progress being made for Maryland despite them taking the L in this fight.
You know, I respect it. Blizzard is an irritating ability to play against, so just throw it away and, you know, we'll play with a neutral game of the May. That's now back-to-back Blizzards, by the way. It has not really found a ton of success. Still, I mean, Storm Hornet, 9-8. Oh, no. That's an uncontested pick.
Yeah, that's going to prompt Storm Hornet to almost immediately go for the annihilation, but they didn't have enough sustain. Now with the Kill the Fly going down as well, Impulse going to try and turn things around. Once again, they do find Lou. Is it going to be enough, though? Pumpkin taking out another player. Again, these Blizzards just not finding the value they need.
I mean, you still have annihilation. There is a lot of ultimates here from James Madison. I would expect them to kind of have to dump everything here. There's the overclock to start things off. It's going to be responded to by Pumpkin. It's order of operations at this point.
Soundberry out from Killfly as well. Tony being pushed back pretty hard. Once they have kind of baited James Madison in, though, they're going to go ahead and use the annihilation. Now Speed with an overclock of their own. Tony able to get a lot of damage in, taking out the immortality field that allows Kill the Fly to fall almost immediately after that. But they're having a hard time getting the rest of the picks that they need here.
Unfortunately, Impulse caught without a recall, and there's that 20-second mark coming to play. Annihilations will expire.
Oh, wow, we're going to have the Am Matrix coming out, but Giga drops almost immediately. Paul with a Kitsune rush that's going to allow Maryland to kind of keep tempo, push in aggressively, and James Madison just too far behind the ball here. They will get the point cap.
And a minute 29 as well. So that critical over-minute mark for Maryland on their offensive half. Just better resource management from Maryland overall on this round. And a lot of credit has to be given to Tony for, I think, setting the pace at which the tanks need to be playing in this game, and Storm Hornet just could not keep up through the defensive round relative, to their opposition. And so now Maryland, I mean, have really, I think, turned on a level of aggression that was not found in that first map, and it's been paying dividends, at least for their attacking half.
It certainly has. And I think one thing though that's worth noting is that James Madison, once they swapped over to the Ramatra, once they kind of got their footing, they were able to burn quite a bit of time off the clock. And you look at that minute and a half that Maryland had, well, that's just about the advantage I think that they came into the second part with, just having blown through the first point.
Hello. I take this as a reminder, don't pin blindly.
Right.
Without recognizing if they have a May or not.
Yep.
In fairness, that first play does, it hinges on,
stay in sight.
I mean, moments in gameplay, right? If the rest of the team had just made it past the wall, perhaps the brawl would have been a little bit better for James Madison. But that, of course, is history. Now we return to the present, and it's going to be the Reinhardt once again. So we'll see if Storm Hornet can make a better approach this time on this tank.
It'll be interesting to see if the difference does happen to be just the fact that they are on attack now, or are they going to be able to get a little bit more value from it? More people make it through behind the wall this time around. Both of them out and down now for each squad. Storm Hornet gets very, very low. Suzu has to be used as well for James Madison, so they're wisely going to back up a little bit, wait until they regain some of their cooldowns here behind Impulse's May wall. Blue throws out one of their own, briefly isolating Storm Hornet. In fact, it might be enough to take them out, and with that, Maryland does, in fact, get their first hold.
Yeah, the big problem with the Reinhardt into the Ramatra is the fact that Tony is not constrained by having that shield up, right? The damage still goes through with the Nemesis. And if you don't take advantage of that window where Nemesis is not being played, like where it's on cooldown, you're going to have a disadvantage. Couple that with the geometry that Maryland can hide behind, and all of a sudden, Storm Hornet does not have nearly the same amount of utility as they'd like to.
Tony coming up on the Annihilation too. That's likely going to be one of the determining factors here in this next fight. Impulse a little bit ahead with the Blizzard, but it might not come to play, especially considering Maryland finds the pick. Even going down, though, means there's going to be a lot less damage that James Madison has to work behind.
Excellent peel by the supports there. Excellent peel by the supports there. The fact that Silverstein stays alive and they get a pick off on to the Sojourn. I mean, they're getting the speed back here, but James Madison has a rare opportunity to try and convert this fight. This is where they have to make their mark. And I mean, for the first time this round, a Blizzard needs to land.
It certainly does here. It'll be quite the rotation coming out from James Madison as well. Going fully over to the high ground. It's going to cost Storm Hornet a lot of their shield. They're going to need to regain that as they drop down onto the point. A lot of time spent, though, getting this position. So, JMU betting a whole lot on this working out. But 5 ultimates now online for Maryland. Storm Hornet, though, still lagging a little bit behind. Goes for a charge. Comes a Blizzard from Impulse. Able to isolate Tony. Can they get the pick off in time? They, in fact, will speed those strikes back with a pick of their own. Soundberry now online for both teams, recognizing that this is absolutely not over yet. Storm Hornet with a shatter. Knocks down Speed. They are able to convert that into a kill. Zune Rush coming out, too, from Giga. James Madison will take this first point, but it cost them just about everything.
And I mean, even with Maryland electing to reply, it wasn't. They still have tools, right? That's the thing. It was Maryland trying to make that fight work, nearly converting it, and then still having enough to slow down this next couple engagements. And I mean, James Madison, time is not on their side. Keep in mind, they have to complete the map with time remaining to get an attempt to get a second attack on King's Row. And I mean, this first phase has not been convincing. So you're gonna have to find a way to nullify the Annihilation and the Kitsune Rush here from Maryland.
That's going to be really, really difficult. I mean, I think the best way to do is to honestly just kite away, just back up. And that just takes more time off the clock here for James Madison. Silverstein coming out with a Deadeye. That will do it, though. The Kitsune Rush is out, but they're not going to find any value from it. Tony going to be holding on to the Annihilation before they go down. So great play coming out from Silverstein there for JMU.
Yeah, a lot of disrespect shown to that Deadeye from Maryland's backline. You don't have any shielding, and instead of running the LOS and giving up a little bit of control, they decide to take the fight head on. And we saw what happened. Both the supports went down. The fight's over at that stage. And James Madison are being given a little bit more room to work with. Still not yet in a position where they have advantage. Annihilation still in tow. And Maryland has been better at converting on these ultimates than James Madison at this stage.
Yeah, they certainly have. So Tony likely gonna have a lot of free reign here, waiting for the opportune time to drop it. Here comes a big wall though that's gonna make Storm take him very, very low. Here comes the Annihilation. Now they do have the Shatter online, but it's not gonna matter if they are back in spawn. Quick work made of JMU by Maryland.
That's an easy fight to win, right? There's just no response.
Yeah.
And so it's a good mitigation of resource, or good usage rather, of the cooldown rotation, right? Use the Nemesis. Once it cools down, once it sort of ends, then use the Annihilation to refresh your HP, and on top of that, get the damage throughput that the Annihilation brings to the table. Maryland to delay once more, and now critically, I mean, James Madison, despite having all these resources, there's no real confirmation that he'll win, because again, that Blizzard is back in play, and Blue can, with a well-placed Blizzard, which has been a caveat that we've had to add in this game, they can end this fight here and now.
The Storm Hornet with a Shatter, looking for something on the flank. Nice Fire Strike, take one out. Shatter does go down. Several people stunned. Maryland lacking both of their DPS though at the moment. The best they can hope to do, well, actually starting to turn the tides here is a Tony. Gonna go in pretty aggressively. Pumpkin with the sound barrier now. Kill the Flight responds in kind. This fight's certainly not over, but Paul nowhere to be found means that JMU can start to push forward a little bit more aggressively. Storm Hornet going for a little bit more damage, trying to find a kill there, but 30 seconds left to go. JMU is not in a great position, especially considering the wall comes out. Storm Hornet barely survives, but not for that long. 30 seconds left to go here now. Speep with the overclock finds a pair of kills. This is going to be a scuffed final fight here from JMU if they touch.
Oh, and with Impulse going down last, and everyone scouting on Maryland's side, I mean, it's a last second change to the Doomfist, but they just have to kind of bypass this engagement. Maryland is not going to let them get there.
Ooh, yeah, Silverstein does fall. Two players, though, on the point. They were able to get both the Kiriko and Storm Hornet there. Are going to be able to convert this into a fight win, into a cap. Right here, even if they do, they're only going to have a minute and a half for third point. Everybody getting chased down into the sewers now. Tony trying not to let anyone go. Paul does fall to Storm Hornet, so JMU in the driver's seat, at least for the moment. They are, in fact, going to get the kills that they need, and they will cap in overtime. But again, that's only a minute and a half that they're going to have to capture third, and that's what Maryland has in the bank.
It's going to be the reset from Storm Hornet. They're switching over to a different tank at this stage. Still, that was back-to-back fights. Each team kind of losing sight of their, I think, success run, or the opportunity where they need to find success. We saw the Annihilation used entirely, with no one nearby, trying to get back to the objective. And I mean, James Madison, it's not great for them here, right? They need to capture with time remaining. There needs to at least be 1/10 of a second in the time bank, and with the rate that they're kind of finding the approach, that's seeming ever less likely.
Fabric gonna come out from both squads. Lou probably just holding on to the Blizzard until they're certain that all of those shields are gone. They're gonna be looking for an opportunity to use it. Tony putting a lot of shields though, actually the entire Maryland squad. Pumpkin going down, that's big though. JMU has an opportunity to try to push forward. Impulse goes low, forced to use their recall. Here comes the Kitsune rush from Giga as well. Tony trying to just block and hold on for dear life. Lou does go down, but they get the Blizzard out in the meantime. Not gonna be enough though to slow this roll from JMU, and Storm Hornet does have the Shatter. Tony now with the Annihilation. Storm backing out, just try to stay alive at this point. Ooh.
I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
James Madison do not get another attack on this map, right? 10 seconds left. They need to win a fight, and they don't have the Shatter because Storm Hornet had to switch over to the Doomfist to get back in the nick of time. And I mean, you've still got the Kitsune rush. You've still got the overclock coming up in a second. I mean, James Madison, just to keep this map going, needs a miracle, and they're not going to find it.
No, they're not, with Giga going down. That is terrible news for them. Paul does have the Kitsune rush up. Maryland is going to pick apart whatever is left of JMU and tie the series at 1 apiece.
Well, that's going to be the first 2 maps completed, and back and forth we go. The continuation of the opening half as Maryland, I mean, frankly, win that map, and not as convincingly as they should have, right? Realistically, that should have been a hold on second, and only through, I think, a little bit of just clawing away at sort of the defenses did JMU make it any further. So still a close round, but oh God, there is still more action to come when we return the completion of this series. We have returned to the show once more, myself, LaFon, alongside me, Jolly God, for the continuation of James Madison University versus Maryland University in this best of 5 that is currently tied 1 apiece as we at the outset of the half, and we now get to go to Escort, where Circuit Royale makes its appearance. Speaking of Circuit Royale, recently featured in the, I was going to say award-winning, but they're community award-winning, I suppose. Valentine's Day gameplay that
oh yeah I haven't had a chance to play yet today, or to experience, I guess, the Overwatch or whatever it's called. So yep. I'll take a peek at that a little later on this evening. Of course, happy Valentine's Day to everybody out there as well. Circuit Royale, that's going to herald at least the thought of a new tank in my head. Sigma, of course, historically the strong choice here on Circuit Royale, but again, with meta shifting, with a lot of pieces unknown at this point, that could not be what we see making the biggest impact here today.
Yeah, filtering into a map where historically snipers have been strong, what with the high ground and long sight lines. But as we've seen in previous weeks, and by that I mean last week, there was, an attempt at playing the sniper compositions around the Sigma, for example, but that was swiftly put to rest when Dive kind of came through. We saw a double flyer composition with the Echo and Farah that kind of burst that one down. Now, obviously, that was more of a comfort pick situation than anything else, but as we head into the map number 3 here for this team, we don't know if that kind of continues to run through, right? We don't know what the full breadth of compositions here is. As far as we can tell, Reinhardt for JMU seems to be sort of where they really want to be, through 2 maps, and it's been a little bit more flexible on Maryland's part, in part because they switched tank players, after that first match.
Indeed, and I'll be curious to see which tank comes in this time around for University of Maryland. Which one of their players they feel has the better breadth of tanks under their control, right? Really interesting as well, I think, just how strong Ramatra has looked so far for these teams here, and particularly University of Maryland. And that's absolutely, I think, a choice that you could make here. But one thing I think he really suffers from is just the shield, right? And given these long sight lines, and given the fact that that shield is so flimsy in a lot of ways, that could be a determining factor. But at least at the moment, both squads hovering over the Sigma.
James Madison have made their selection complete. Keep in mind, as they are on the defense, there is
fair.
not really many opportunities to change between now and the start of the round. Consider that's in 10 seconds. Interestingly, for Maryland, though, they don't actually have a lot of damage on their back line. They're running the Moira, so unlike the Zen, which can poke from afar, we'll see if that continues to be the character they stick with. No. Okay, it's just playing the piano, so keeping it as late as possible. We're gonna get a near mirror. The only difference, obviously, Impulse versus Novazor on the Hanzo versus the Sojourn. Keep in mind, though, Hanzo at this particular stage, I think, is a better shield break target with the Storm Arrow. We'll see if that plays through.
And I think that's interesting as well. Seeing it from JMU on the defense, that means that it could be very hard for Tony to push forward and gain some of this advantageous ground, particularly this high ground that's getting ready to be contested. We do have a call for a pause coming in, so hopefully we'll have that in just a moment. Hopefully get whatever is going wrong sorted out quickly, but yeah, no real big surprises, I think, here from either squad. They are showing the double snipers. We do have the Sigma, the Zenyatta. I wasn't necessarily expecting, but then that could just be a little bit of my inexperience showing through. So, it definitely gives them a lot of long-range capability, but we are back into the match now, LaFon.
Yeah, Zenbap is often the composition that you use in the backline when you're running double sniper. Because it just gives you a third option for that long-range poke with a 5-orb opportunity, right? And Discord Orb is so strong.
Yeah.
We see that kind of come into play. Novazor, though, out of the fight. Soul hasn't really slowed down Maryland too heavily, as James Madison are looking to play this corner instead. And you need to get this kill with Baptiste. Oh, that is so risky. Yeah, Immortality Field forces the tank backwards. And while that's happening, James Madison have actually crumbled and fallen apart.
Yeah, they certainly have. Now, Zenyatta just getting demolished there by Tony in the front line. Will be another opportunity here, though, for JMU to put up a defense, but it's going to be the last one on this point.
A lot of that comes down to the fact that despite Maryland losing the first pick, don't actually buy themselves a ton of space to work, right? And so Maryland don't lose a lot of map control, which a sniper composition really loves to hold.
Amplification Matrix online for Kill the Fly, with Silver Sea going down, though. Speep winning out that duel. Be interesting to see if James Madison continues to try and fight this and what tools they're going to use. Immortality comes out. Save people for a moment. Giga has to use, though, the Transcendence to stay in this fight. Speep keeping things equal, though, with a pick now giving them a little bit of an advantage, but it's going to be short-lived. Cart now pushing forward, gonna have to try and contest it, but that will not happen in the end, and Maryland does cap.
I mean, we're seeing the power of the Amp Matrix played in real time, right? A body shot through it gets the elimination, and there's just no damage left for Storm Hornet to kind of rely on, so they're left sort of isolated, and Maryland win out that brawl instead. So still a lot of room to be gained here. Maryland slow and steady, I think, has been the description of their gameplay here.
No one can hide.
Sights coming out for both squads. Crucially, though, Paul does have, yep, the Transcendence was going to be used in response to the Gravitic Flux. Now Maryland backing off of Speepa's no more. Going to be a couple of picks here quickly. Tony going to try to turn things around. They will get a pair of kills, so this certainly isn't over yet. Tony with a little bit more health as well than Storm Hornet. So advantage here in this brawl. They will in fact win it out, and despite things looking dicey there for Maryland, they clutch out that fight.
One thing Tony has brought to Maryland in the last two maps has been that kind of go button, right? The willingness to actually execute a fight. And there, again, continue to put pressure. Ooh. A lot of damage on the flank forces Silver Sea to hide behind the corner, and that just walks them into the line of sight of Speep, and headshot is there for the Widowmaker to take. So once again, James Madison approached this fight at a disadvantage.
Yeah, this is going from bad to worse for them at the moment. Impulse, not even halfway to that overclock. Now, Quicksync is going to be online as the Amp Matrix from Kill the Fly, but that's still quite a ways away. Storm Hornet doing a good job contesting the point at the moment. Discord Orb is sitting right now on top of Tony's head. Nova Zor, though, taking out Impulse could signal the beginning of the end here for this hold, as Maryland will, in fact, get second point.
And here's where the Sojourn comes up over the Hanzo. It's when you're starting to brawl in close, right? Just have that mobility to get in and around shields, and then the spam to be able to generate the railgun. So yeah, made full use of the mobility of their character, did Novazor, and Maryland will head into third. Still, again, time is not particularly great for them, right? 320. This is a really difficult point to approach and complete, and I mean, if James Madison can hold up at this first corner and really force Maryland to overuse resources, there's a chance for them to drain this clock away. It's not a done deal yet here for Maryland on their offense.
It certainly isn't, especially considering that Giga has the Transcendence now, which can be used to counter the Gravitic Flux coming in from Tony. There's a lot of ways that they have to stall this out, but it's going to be harder now without the Sojourn in tow. Keep holding this corner very, very closely, seeing if they can make matters even worse. Cart hasn't been contested yet. Now we've got entire JMU dropping back to the point. Kill the Fly very, very low right now. They have to get healed back up. Somebody gonna have to contest this point here at the last moment. Here it comes. We do have the Gravitic Flux out from Storm Hornet. Doesn't find anything. Giga coming in though with a pick on the pumpkin right after the Amp Matrix get used means that Maryland will just have to be content with getting the cart on the brink of victory before they try again.
Still, you have to think that Amp Matrix and Gravitic Flux were used for that. Still a tough place to kind of be. You're looking, I mean, now you're looking, this is going to talk, at this stage of the game, we're talking about trading efficiency, right? How many fights can you win without overusing your utility if you're James Madison? Because this is the important juncture. You need to kind of drain time away from your offense, or from the offense, as it rather.
Here comes a Gravitic Flux. Just in time is the Immortality Field. Transcendence used as well to try and keep everybody up. It's not going to be enough, though, to save either of the snipers. And now with Paul making sure everybody is completely invincible, James Madison has to back up to point. Maryland going to be able to cap this pretty quickly unless somebody gets out to point post haste.
I mean, the big problem there in that last fight is that it's an aggressive setup by James Madison, and the Transcendence is too far away. The kill comes in at the start of the Gravitic Flux, and now here in this final fight, I mean, it's the overclock running, but Impulse has no line of sight.
Yeah, and Storm Hornets, his shield going down incredibly low. Novazor now getting, putting a lot of pressure on with the overclock. The picks coming in hand over fist here for Maryland. It's just going to be Storm Hornet somehow still alive on point, doing an excellent job of just burning down the clock here. But now everybody's focus is going to be on them as the rest of the team has dissolved behind them. Immortality Field comes out from Kill the Fly. Beautifully played right there. They're going to jump onto point now, or at least try to keep this card from moving. JMU, despite, again, losing this fight, they do burn a lot off the clock.
Still, now we head to the return, or the defensive side for Maryland. And I mean, if we look back at Kings Row, they were doing a great job of just delaying, getting rid of the time bank. And I mean, we saw how difficult capturing this third point was. So still, even with that time bank dismissal that James Madison was able to accomplish, there's no confirmation that they can return the favor. And I mean, they need to complete the map here.
They do, and that's no small task. Circuit Royale, definitely one of the more difficult ones to get a completion on, especially with time, right? 38 seconds in the bank for Maryland. It doesn't look like a whole lot, but sometimes it can be a chasm with that the other team just cannot cross. Maryland opting for nothing new, really, from their side. I think pretty content with how that attack went.
Yeah, there has been sort of a change in presence in terms of the aggression that Maryland is willing to show ever since that first map. I think the big thing too is that James Madison weren't able to force. It was instead James Madison were forced off the composition they wanted to run rather than Maryland, right?
Right.
Playing that slower style, but continuing to just contain map control even when they're losing fights. I think is a big reason as to why they're finding so much success on Circuit Royale to this point.
Ooh, very aggressive TP coming out. Nice wall as well. That's going to allow Storm Hornet to just swing on Tony for free. Take this first fight, push everybody back incredibly far. Speed falling as well. A great initial showing here from JMU.
Ryan the dive tank, right?
Right?
Still, even with that fight being won out so handily, it doesn't gain James Madison any real progress in terms of their map control, because keep in mind, even with their tank pulling up so far, it is going to be a first corner hold yet again for the Sigma. There's still an opportunity for Maryland to treat that fight as it basically didn't even happen. They will have to jump around this May wall, though. That is one of the biggest things they have to be sort of pay attention to. Another teleport coming in.
Oh, the whole time just descends on the back line. Immortality Field has to be used immediately by Pumpkin. Paul going down very low. Everybody trying to chase them down. It's going to be Impulse who falls first, though. Speed able to find them from the back line, from a point of safety. And with that, Maryland will hold it. Look at the card. It isn't even up to the first corner yet.
Yeah, I mean, we saw right there. Paul literally standing in the middle of 4 different people of the enemy team, and no one looks at the squishiest target on this roster. And then Tony's able to get the cooldown rotation enough to be able to play bodyguard. So, I mean, James Madison, they let an opportunity go by.
Yeah, Paul didn't have hardly any health at that point either. I mean, all it would have taken was one bullet, one swing of the hammer to really turn that fight on its head and give James Madison what they were hoping for. Now Tony gonna have the Gravitic Flux here, and Giga gonna have to be on point with their Immortality Field. Of course, Kill the Fly getting close to the sound barrier as well. Ella just kiting things away at the moment. Here comes Gravitic Flux. The flight just now gets the sound barrier online. Immortality Field going to be able to hold them. So beautiful rotation of the resources there. Pumpkin with the amplification matrix. James Madison just opts to back away for the moment. Now they're going to use one of their own. In Maryland, they don't want to back up here. The impetus is on them to try and hold this point. Beautiful charge coming out. Tony saved by the Immortality Field, and consequently the Transcendence as well, but the Shatter does lay them down eventually. But the snipers from Maryland continuing to do work. The point now very, very close to capping completion for James Madison, but they're gonna have to leave it there as they go back to spawn.
I mean, that was a disaster of a fight for James Madison. They needed that one to be in their favor. They dumped everything into that. I mean, the Transcendence was not even used in response to the blizzard, right? It was a coincidence that it kind of went through, and unable to burn Tony through the combination of the Immortality Field and the Transcendence means that they had to commit the Earth Shatter, and then on top of that, not missing the Fire Strike on the target laying on the ground, close it out. So James Madison, final fight, right? The last 50 seconds, wholesale compositional switch up, and again, no real tools to punch through and find these snipers.
Yeah, and Tony's getting ready to come online here with the Gravitic Flux as well. There's so many different ways they can use it in this upcoming fight, too. They can use it to try and Sig 9, use it to get a couple of kills. Stormheart takes a lot of damage, trying desperately to see if they can get some of their shield back for this last fight. Giga already has to use the Immortality Field, so they're not going to have that for Tony's Gravitic Flux coming up. It's going to all be on Kill the Fly, so they're going to have to make sure that they stay alive. Big charge comes in from Stormheart, though, taking Paul out. Now, everybody trying to contest. Here comes a big Gravitic Flux as well, taking out Silverstein, but it's going to be 2 picks on each side. 1 second left to go here. Overtime has been committed. Giga does find Speed in the back. JMU will capture the point, but they had to use everything, and they are very behind the ball here at this point, and as far as overall time is concerned.
They cannot lose any time on the second phase. It has to be perfect. They do have the one upside in that they have resources now because they came into that fight with nothing, right? So, shut down maybe with the Earth Shatter, Amp Matrix, of course. We saw how deadly it can be. James Madison has to rescue their resource economy here on this second phase, and they have to capture it without being stalled out, which is going to be much more difficult now that the Wrecking Ball is in play.
Yeah. Ball going in, trying to cause a lot of damage, but James Madison says, we don't care. We're just going to walk through everything, swing on it, and take that first fight win.
It's a good start, right? That's half the point earned, and they didn't spend anything. It was actually Maryland who commit the Amp Matrix. So, I mean, a beginning is at least a step. Now you have to continue. Another fight like that would be tremendous for James Madison in terms of rescuing their time bank.
James Madison does have the blade online as well. Gonna go ahead and use it. The Immortality Field taken care of. Gonna be able to take out Pumpkin, who was lying on the ground as well. But the picks are in favor of Maryland at this point. With both Gig down, Storm Hungry falls very shortly after that. Minute left to go here for the regroup. That was a fight when they really needed.
And it is now, I mean, it's starting to become panic time for JMU. They lose control of the high ground. They have to walk back in. You can see Maryland making changes up to their composition. It's going to be an aggressive comp at this stage, right? So you don't have the opportunity to isolate, you know, a brawl, even as James Madison switches over to a dive.
Wrecking Ball going to come in immediately here with the minefield. Making it very hard to stay on the card. And with that, Maryland is just picking people off left and right. Mortality Field does go out, but it's all going to be for naught as they back off. 50 seconds left here to go. This is going to be a scuff final fight if they can even catch up to cart.
And again, I mean, you're going low ground to high ground. There is no real promise you can even get up here. Look how low Stormhorn it is. Barely makes it a spawn, essentially. No one can touch.
Yeah, Lucia was there, just not quite able to cross that line to contest the point. So beautiful work there from Maryland. Since we've left Lijiang Tower, they have looked unstoppable. Frankly, they've looked dominant at this point, and the longer these games go on, the better they're looking, and the more it looks like they have figured out JMU.
Yeah, and I mean, JMU, you know, looking to run back to comfort picks more often than not, have not given since Lijiang Tower have not given an account of themselves in terms of the head-to-head mirror, and it feels like Maryland, as we head into what could be the final map, map 4 here, there's a real read that, you know, they may not have what it takes to kind of close this one out. We are headed to push, so perhaps an opportunity to kind of play a style similar to Control. Again, push plays out at least stylistically the same way Control does, so maybe an opportunity to return to their strengths. But even that being said, right now Maryland has showcased more compositions, has showcased more coherence on those compositions, and has been willing to switch up when required to counter what their opponent is running. So a lot of questions for JMU that they have not found a resolution for, and that continues to be Maryland being the one to just give a better account of their series.
Silver lining, I think, though, for JMU is if they are able to get through this push map, we will be going back to Control. So the rest of the map types do favor them, at least if history is anything to be believed. Esperanza will be the location for our fourth and potentially final map, as University of Maryland, it just continues to get stronger and stronger.
Well, you gotta win out now if you are JMU. Still doable for them, right? But easier said than done. And again, I think a lot of it comes down to the way that Maryland has been able to win the last 2 maps specifically, right? It has been by being aggressive in key moments, not all the time. It's not all out aggression, but I mean, think of the fight on the second phase, or sorry, on the defense of the first point, where they lost the first fight handily, right? We're still able to return and essentially remove the clock from the game. So if you look at how they approach the fights, they don't lose map control, and that allows them to return to fights they realistically should have no opportunity in, and that has been, I think, the biggest difference maker on Hybrid and on Escort. And where push differs from Control in a key point is you can keep map control even as you lose the fight. So even though stylistically it plays out similar to Control, I think the way that Maryland has been winning still functions on this 4th map, and that's where I think my biggest worry for JMU is as we head into this what could very well be the final map.
Something that I think even compounds it as well is that JMU, they just haven't looked comfortable yet on anything since Control, since Lijiang Tower, right? So what is the composition that they're going to run out here with? You know, nothing has looked great. It seems as though Maryland has an answer for just about everything they showcase at this point. And another thing I think we have to consider is just the tank swap that Maryland made, right? That seems to have been working. So far, so good through the last 2 maps. So if they keep with this current lineup, I think that's another thorn in the side of JMU.
Well, let's see what the approach is. All right, I mean, I'm not really surprised, right? It's the sort of long, not even long, medium sight lines of this map favors that sort of brawl style that Maryland was opening on Kings Row, right?
Don't put words in my mouth.
James Madison. An opportunity, I think, for them, here to showcase this Wrecking Ball. They have not had a clean dive yet this game. We'll see if this 3rd map, or the 4th map rather, will finally give them that opportunity to sync up and really get their tank and DPS in a similar position to kind of close out and burst down a target.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be more of assassination kind of style that JMU is going to be looking for, with Silverstein looking for a hack on whatever Storm Hornet is going to be diving onto. Impulse now taking an alternate angle. Wrecking Ball compositions, they thrive when you can try to surround your opponent. They're seeing if they can get in a little bit of damage. Hack does come in onto speed, seeing if they can burst down that target, which they absolutely do. Kill the Fly coming in for the final blow. And in fact, Storm Hornet coming in a huge way here. Novazor does get an exit pick, but it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things.
This is what we were looking for that dive from JMU in previous maps, right? The hack comes in, it's instantly coalesced on by 4 different players, and then the snowball comes in with the unkillable Wrecking Ball, just the back and forth of the fireball to kind of damage the entire target. Maryland making a change up here as we're dropping the Ramatra, making a Junker Queen look, and Novazor goes over to the Tracer instead of Genji. So interesting looks here from Maryland. See how well the Junker Queen can kind of punish this squishies of James Madison.
Well, they've got their sights set on the back line for sure. Paul is able to use that swift step to get away. In the meantime, though, Storm Hornet and the rest of the team has collapsed onto Speep. Again, that #1 target here for JMU. But with Storm Hornet going down, things are wide open for Tony now to try and find some value, see if they can get in a lot of damage. That's going to be quite a bit going into the Kill the Fly. Somehow they're able to stay alive through all of it. Coming in now to the Junker Queen. Speep finds Impulse, so now Novazor are going to be a little bit more free to do what they want to do.
Now you're seeing the real thing that this composition succeeds at if you, the James Madison is bringing to the table, right? Survivability. Even when they lose a fight, you don't kill every target, and they'll be able to get a lot of stalls. So having the lead here on with this team composition is actually critical. For James Madison, they'll be able to, you can see they're already contesting despite, you know, not fully resetting yet.
Yeah, Novazor forced to drop back to the point. Storm Hornet kiting away. Full spot from Novazor gonna have to be big, of course. The ultimate coming online as well for Junker Queen. Here comes a nice minefield to give the high ground over to JMU. So now they can stage just about whatever they want to up here. Tony trying to hold on to the high ground, but forced off of it eventually. Kill the Fly has the sand barrier. Here comes a rally from Pumpkin, but they're not really feeling much of the pressure as JMU. The sound barrier does eventually come out. Varsity has the EMP. It's going to be launched right after this. Novazor drops immediately. Speed going down very low, but Kill the Fly going to be taken out by Tony's ultimate. Impulse finds a pick onto Pumpkin as well. JMU retakes is going to take this fight. Almost. No, Speed coming back into it now. Maryland does have the lead at this point as well.
Big skirmish going on, and James managed to actually invest nearly everything. That kill onto Storm Hornet will allow them to extend their lead as well, perhaps even getting to the checkpoint. Critically, Maryland don't overcommit either, right? It's the Suzu was, sorry, the Paul dodges the EMP, so Suzu cleansed most of the effects of that one, and then with no Suzu in tow, the Rampage was able to find value. So a great turnaround here by Maryland as they'll get the checkpoint first and start to build on a lead here that James Madison has not been able to respond to.
I mean, even he and Kitsune rush on both sides. Storm Hornet, though, likely going to be able to get this minefield going too. So as long as this opening salvo can be kind of maintained, they should be good to go. Getting that pick onto Tony is absolutely tremendous, though. Kill the Fly falling, though. Big pulse bomb. Gonna turn the tides here for JMU. We'll come away with this fight win.
Unfortunately, the Kitsune is just a tad too late, not in time to save Tony. So the bot will start to make progress here for James Madison once more. I mean, this fight is critical for Maryland because they have nothing, right? It's the minefield is going to be able to be put on the approach, and you would expect the EMP to build up. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There's no way to escape it. That's going to mean that James Madison equalizes in progress.
Even without that minefield kill, just seeing Impulse win out the Tracer duel as well just gives more fire to James Madison. Likely going to be able to take the lead here as well. Might get a last moment contest, but I think that's going to be tough.
I mean, you should be able to get at least a contest because the bot was a little bit further past the checkpoint. But James Madison should be able to build up to an EMP, right? And now, I mean, Maryland has to find a way to convert. Convert on this on the Rampage coming through, convert on the overclock, and they need to shut down this EMP very, very swiftly.
They do. Kill the Fly also hoping, praying that they can get this sound barrier online as well before Maryland has anything significant in their ult bank either. EMP is going to get online momentarily. Speed going down very low, though. They need to keep them in check. Storm Hornet goes down. Now we've got the overclock and the rally coming out. Might be too much for JMU to be able to sustain through. In the meantime, Novazor has stolen the cart.
Yeah, I can see all of James Madison has to head back. That's a good Rampage, actually. Get the cleanse onto the Kiriko. Not able to get the kill. That's not ideal.
No, it's not. Oh, and in fact, Impulse striking back with a pick, too, onto Novazor is big. Giga going down though, right when they're getting ready to get the Kitsune rush. Can't
no, that's
can't
really
understate that.
Novazor got the forward spawn here, so they're gonna be back in this fight right as they come back, and Maryland have the full advantage.
Yeah, they absolutely do, especially with Kill the Fly going down too. So they're going to be able to build on this lead that they have. Storm Hornet too. This is James Madison kind of falling apart and getting picked to pieces.
The one upside is that this fight, James Madison should win, right? I mean, Kitsune Rush, Pulse Bomb, we've seen what they were able to accomplish in the past. The problem is James Madison has not been able to sync up on a hack dive like they did in that opening fight. And ever since then, it's been all ult economy. There's been no neutral game here from them. And that needs to change here if they want to try and return in this series.
The speed being pushed out pretty hard. Pulse Bomb going to be a whiff this time. Novazor still has theirs, but that's only going to be in spawn. So Cart now back under the control of James Madison. Kitsune Rush is out as well. Storm Hornet getting close to the minefield too. If they can continue to get picks here, this is going to be a brutal stagger for Maryland.
It's one fight win, and that's the neutral game that we needed to see, right? That I highlighted a couple moments ago. So they'll at least get over the halfway point. Winning this fight would be tremendous for James Madison, but I mean, again, not a ton to work with, just the minefield. Still, I mean, the minefield's lethality has definitely been toned up in this patch, obviously, and we've seen it get a ton of kills already. Doable, definitely. Easy, no. Maryland, of course, with the Kitsune Rush. As long as they can bypass this minefield, a real opportunity to close this one down.
Oh, that was a big knife. On to Kill the Fly. Both supports are down and out, so James Madison doesn't really have a leg to stand on here. Gonna have to reset. This fight is Maryland's.
Storm Hornet getting bounced around there. A little bit of pinball. And Impulse will not get the forward spawn either, so it's gonna be back to the initial setup for James Madison. And another free fight for Maryland, right? Meaning that they didn't use anything for it. It was actually James Madison who committed to it. So forward spawns applied to Maryland, and they're gonna have 4 ultimates to open this this brawl up.
And this is do or die time for JMU as well, right? Yeah. This is match point for Maryland. Everything is looking their way at the moment. We got the Kitsune Rush coming out now from Paul. Novazor is hacked, but Pulse Bomb going to be let go. Nobody going to fall to it this time around. Now EMP just about here for JMU. They're going to have the sound barrier too. So everything Maryland has used so far hasn't really resulted in a fight win, but they're still making progress on the card here, LaFon, as Storm Hornet dives in. Adaptive shields gonna have to be enough for them to try and escape here. Pulse Bomb from Impulse does hit immediately after the overclock used by Speed. So James Madison in a great position here. At least they were for a moment. Now with the Rampage coming on as well, Maryland looks to be back in the driver's seat. The sound barrier in for Kill the Fly, but how much are they going to be able to do with it, especially considering Pumpkin gets to pop their second?
I mean, every ultimate that Maryland forces James Madison to use in their spawn is a real chance of them winning, and they're not even going to get the opportunity here to use out the Kitsune Rush. Players staying stable, and even with Paul going down, I feel like the damage has been done.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Maryland continuing to just march forward. I guess the silver lining here is Gig. You should be able to use this Kitsune Rush right out of spawn, but Storm Hornet gets caught out. Stays a little too long in that duel. That's just going to make things even worse for JMU. 20 seconds left to go before Maryland potentially wins this series.
You see everyone getting set to walk out of spawn. It's only the Pulse Bomb here for Maryland. But again, anything they can force James Madison to do, James Madison has to win 3 fights. Keep that in mind. So everything they spend is something they don't have to close out the map.
Come on, it's just about.
We're now in overtime, and every fight's a must win.
It certainly is. Minefield ready to go here for Storm Hornet. Silverstein has confirmed a kill onto Paul. That minefield's going to make it very difficult for Maryland to contest, but all they really have to do is back up, regroup, and then try again. They're going to have so many shots at winning out this map.
All right, this is so far good for JMU, though, right? They win this fight via those 2 early picks without using anything but the minefield. So that's good. That's efficient. That's a good start. Now they need to win, 2 more. Right, and this next fight is going to be critical here for JMU. They cannot convert. They cannot use more than 1. Realistically, 1 is the number they have to kind of work for. Anything higher than that is going to be a pretty disastrous territory for them.
It certainly is, and especially considering Tony has It has the Rampage coming online, so a lot of the impetus here in winning this fight going to be on Gig. If they are able to use the Suzu, get that clear onto the Rampage, Maryland could be in a bad spot. Here comes the Pulse Bomb. Impulse not going to find a kill with it. Kitsune Rush coming out now from Gig. Here's that Rampage now. Storm Hornet going to take the brunt of it. Speed finds a pick onto Kill the Fly. This could be the beginning of the end here as Maryland has the advantage in this fight. Overtime has been committed. Speed finding another kill on the Cassidy. Storm Hornet going down. Pieces are falling apart here quickly for James Madison. Kill the Fly not going to be able to get back, and that will be it. Maryland takes the series 3-1.
Very, very contested fight in those final moments, but Maryland, where they have made their success all series long, confirm the win here as they'll take the 3-1 victory over JMU. Slowing down the game enough to get the resets again and again and again, and Maryland simply did not die. And I mean, frankly speaking, right, it's just tragic for JMU. They were close to a couple of big resources, the sound barrier, you know, they were close, obviously didn't really get a chance to turn a fight with the pulse bomb or the minefield, and in the end, I mean, Maryland, the survival there so high, so tremendous stuff from them as they take the series.
We're going to throw to a short break, but right after that, going to get an interview here with one of the members of University of Maryland. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
And with that 3-1 victory, Maryland over JMU, we return to an interview with the victors from Maryland, Paul, having taken that 3-1 success over their opposition. Congratulations on your victory there. I mean, it looked a little dicey after the first map, but I think after that it was all Maryland. Talk to me though about your style here heading into this match, because obviously we had a new patch come in last week. Stylistically, things changed up a tremendous amount, and we saw a lot of different looks from your team, right? The Ramatra, we saw the Jugger Queen as well, and then a little bit of the Sigma. Just talk to me about what your team kind of expects this patch to look like.
We expect this patch to be not much different from the last one. The ball buffs aren't really anything special. Rem is still very strong. Monkey's still very strong. We've been playing the same stuff that we've been playing for the past like 3 months, basically. Our style is basically focused on one thing, that is, don't peak speed. We always set him up for success, and he's our star player. He carries us through all of our games.
Speed certainly showed up in a big way, especially in those final few maps. Now, you're sitting here in East 5 Division, I believe, coming into today. 3 teams with a perfect record, so now you've made that at least 2. Harrisburg University, though, a big opponent. Tell me what you think that matchup is going to look like. Do you think you're going to be able to come out on top when you do eventually face them in this tournament?
To be honest, I don't know half the people on their team. Some people I've heard say they're good, but I think we're better.
Confidence is absolutely important coming into a competition like that. You love to see it. So with that kind of out of the way, now, I mean, looking forward, right? We talked obviously about that matchup against Harrisburg. But for your team, what's the expectation for the rest of the season?
Well, last time we got knocked out in, I think it was LCQ or something like that, for the last semester's NACE tournament. Obviously, our plan is to make it farther than that. There are some very good teams in this tournament, so I don't know how far we'll make it, but I expect us to go a decent ways through the bracket.
Well, before we let you go here today, Paul, any shout outs you would like to give to your friends, family, teammates, whoever you'd like?
Yeah, shout out to my mom. I know she's not watching, but shout out to her. Shout out to my entire team and our coach, who's been a big help. And my girlfriend, I think she's watching. Yeah, I got that GF buff, that's right. And our entire esports organization, all of them are fantastic.
Well, good to hear. Thank you so much for joining us, Paul. Once again, congratulations on your victory here as you take down that 3-1 against JMU Maryland, your winners. All right, we'll let you go to enjoy the rest of the night. Thanks again.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that's going to do it for our first game of the night. But make no mistake, there's still more Overwatch action when we return from a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the show as we get set for match number 2 here in the NACE Star League for our Overwatch 2 segment, as we just finished off watching Maryland versus JMU, a 3-1 scoreline there. Now we turn our attention, though, to the present, and Kansas City versus Stony Brook is on the plate as we get a look to see who comes out on this particular match. Again, a lot of opportunities here. Kansas State University having dropped one so far, perhaps looking to keep that 3-1 scoreline to not fall too far behind the rest of their division.
This is going to be an exciting matchup because, for one, I'm really looking forward to is seeing how Jin, the tank for SUNY Stony Brook, is going to play, because in their own words, they describe their tank as nutty. So I'm expecting a lot of excitement. I'm expecting a lot of unexpected things coming out from them today. On the other side, K-State, I think we could be looking at something similar to what we saw with University of Maryland, right? Where this is a team that could be very comfortable on a lot of compositions. In their own words, they say they haven't exactly settled on one just yet, but they are very confident, at least in their ball tracer compositions. So I think it's going to be a lot of fireworks coming up in this match.
Oh, that's always an exciting one to kind of go for, right? Let's take a look at where we're going to first. And it's going to be Oasis to open things up. Truly living up to its name here in the desert of Lijiang Towers.
Indeed it is. And just like any control map, we're going to see, various looks for each one of the sub maps, right? Go to City Center, a lot of high ground. Dive can be very powerful. Gardens can kind of go either way. Of course, University Brawl, typically going to be the name of the game there. So just like always, going to be curious to see how each of these compositions work for these teams, and frankly, what they're going to pick as we head on to each of these maps.
Yeah, look at once we get into the game itself, and I mean, one thing we already noticed is from our first game of the night was style, right? Talking about, I mean, we heard obviously from Paul at the interview at the end there, but applies more broadly to, I think, the NACE as a whole, right? The teams that are kind of playing in it, a lot of opportunity to run what you've got to be practicing in the past, simply because we've heard that perhaps the patch didn't shift things nearly as much as people expected in the competitive aspect, with Wrecking Ball perhaps not making as big a splash as some might think. Still, I think that is, with that statement being put out there, there's still an opportunity for a lot of teams to run compositions that perhaps they're stronger at, even if it's not quote unquote the best in slot, because their comfort kind of overcomes that 5% deficit or whatever it may end up being. So still very interesting to look forward to here as we start Oasis.
I think something that's worth mentioning as well with this buff to Wrecking Ball, right, in the state that they're in, and I agree with a lot of what Paul said at the end with that interview, is that, maybe not a whole lot has changed for Wrecking Ball, and I think maybe your average Wrecking Ball player, you're not going to necessarily see a big increase in performance, but the Wrecking Ball players who have a good handle on the tech, right, on those advanced moves that Wrecking Ball has, that's where you might see the difference come in here. It's going to be dive from both squads, but the big difference is going to be the Wrecking Ball versus the Winston here, and in fact, we're even going to be running it on University.
Perfect place to study.
Indeed it is. Might be a little hard to read at the moment, though. Big first engage there from Crash, getting themselves quite a bit of ult charge. Going to get in just a little bit more, but Stony Brook now has an opportunity to put a lot of pressure on that back line of K-State, but they're proving to be slippery. They're starting to surround everything pretty effectively. Crash going down very low, eventually going to be killed, found themselves in the middle of that bubble from Stony Brook's Winston, so that's going to allow them to make short work of everybody else who's left.
Just much more passive gameplay from Stony Brook. They're allowing Kansas State to oversell themselves. Crash went behind the bubble, not able to be healed by the Arbiter, right? So just not a lot of sustain. And without many health packs being on this University side in the thick of the fight, the Wrecking Ball kind of evaporates. So we're going to see that switch off of the Wrecking Ball onto the Winston. The damage may have already been done as Stony Brook gets that first capture.
Yeah, especially considering Shuda already incredibly close to the overclock. It's going to be a big dive from Crash, though. Taking out Usiverse means that it's just going to be Hayes trying to hold down the heals, and everybody from K-State looking at them at the moment. They're not going to last too terribly long. So with no supports left, Kansas State got to come in and quickly take this point for their own.
Much cleaner dive, right? This time the tank is able to isolate the support. and the cleanup comes through with no Kiriko. The Winston becomes a much more a better opportunity to chase them down. So really strong setup there by Stony Brook.
A great dive comes out as well, this time from Jin. Nano going to be committed, though, to Crash, and that's going to cause a few more problems for Stony Brook. Going to be able to take this to a pretty quick fight and extend, in even best, the capture percentage that Stony Brook started with.
And I mean, that's another fight that Stony Brook commit resource to, and they just can't get anything. Keep in mind, Kansas State have been much better with Crash on the Winston. There's a lot more isolation that they're kind of getting through just to block off the heals and deny, the sustain. And North, of course, has come up in a big way.
Crash going to go ahead and use the Primal Rage, causing a little havoc in the backline. Uziver is going to be the first to fall here, but Crash doesn't have a whole lot of health left, but it certainly looks like it's going to be more than enough to get the job done.
Yeah, not committing. I mean, you don't want to commit the defensive utility there if you're Hayes, but it's a little unfortunate because Kansas State commit to that one. I mean, still, this next fight is going to be critical. Overclock, sound barrier. You kind of just have to punch your way through and force Kansas State back.
Here comes the dive in from Jin. It's going to be a pulse bomb landing. Stony Brook making a big impact here, taking out two key parts of the equation. The rest going to fall. Take control of the point, but K-State really only has to win one, maybe two fights in order to secure the map.
Not having that sound barrier, I think, is going to come back to haunt Stony Brook. Certainly, you're going to expect to see the nano duel from the Winstons in this next fight, but of course, neither side has defensive utility, so it's going to come down to just raw healing throughput.
Deadeye could up to at least clear the point for K-State. Crash going to drop down to the low ground. Shooter unable to get away, but with a pick onto the back line for Stony Brook, that could be a little bit more impactful. Crash trying to see if they can make up ground here, getting a little bit of damage, but an anti-nade going to make things hard for them and easier in return for Stony Brook. Still has control of the point.
Dude, that was a big pick off. That's an even bigger one.
Yeah. Now, Nano boost ready to go here for K-State, but Crash caught sleeping on the job. Stony Brook now at 90-some%. That's going to be the Nano boost committed now to Jin. Crash going to let loose with a Primal Rage. Deadeye comes out. Not really much that they could find in the moment, and beside the point, Uziverse is down once again, because K-State getting a little bit of an advantage here, trying to push it to a bigger one. Is going to be Jin getting one counter pick onto the Cassidy. North striking back with another, so things certainly aren't over yet here for K-State. Coming back into this in a big way. Going to be able to retake the point as well.
Oh, and they catch the tank player for Stony Brook so late. That is a tragic setup. 10% left on the clock. Doable for Stony Brook. If they can get a contest, right, they're gonna have the sound barrier shortly. But I mean, the margin for mistakes is basically none here from Stony Brook.
Jin able to get there at the last moment on the Doom Fist, but taking a lot of damage, getting a lot of poke put into them. Uziverse, though, opens things up with a pick onto North, who had the pulse bomb ready to go. Sandberry now committed by Stony Brook, too. They're pushing forward very aggressively. Shuda doing just that, finding it's Papa. Things falling apart here at the last moment for K-State. Stony Brook in this back and forth affair come away with the first sub-map win on Oasis.
Again, that margin for error wasn't there, and they made no mistakes. They made no mistakes, Stony Brook. All they had to do was survive till the sound barrier was brought forward, and just a sustained advantage meant that in the brawl where damage was about even, first team to get a defensive ultimate up was going to be the one that took it away, and that was, in fact, Stony Brook. So, Kansas State will drop that first sub-map, and, I mean, a very, very close round overall, though.
It really was. Deciding to go back to the Wrecking Ball composition as well. That was something that I said they feel very, very confident in, but I have to agree with you. Like I said, I feel like the dive was more focused when they went over to the Winston. You know, Crash certainly needs to roll through, cause a lot of chaos, build up that ultimate, but at some point there does need to be that focused dive. High ground going to be contested pretty hotly by both squads. Crash forced down onto point, also forced to use their adaptive shields too, maybe a little bit early. Papa gonna go down pretty quickly as well, so an early advantage here to Stony Brook. They've got pretty much control of the high ground as well. Northo able to poke off. Shudo has to drop down to point. Crash and gonna do just that into Uziverse, so again, definitely not done. Stony Brook comes back though, a lot of kills. Gonna go ahead and give him the point.
Yeah, in the chaos, Stony Brook has a way of sort of isolating themselves in the storm, right? And kind of coalescing in the eye of it, that Kansas State simply has not been able to replicate. That's been the biggest success for Stony Brook, right? Like in the moment where you think everyone's kind of taking 1v1 skirmishes and it's all falling apart, all of a sudden you see 4 Stony Brook players in the same area focusing a single player. And that has been really the difference maker for Stony Brook early in the series.
And they've consistently been getting one of those first picks last time, of course, onto its Papa. Crash going down very, very low. They're having a hard time surviving long enough to really get a lot of value, it seems, in this composition. They're doing a good job, too, of just kind of gumming things up at the choke, making it very difficult for the move in. The Arbiter already has to use their anti-nade, and its Papa once again going to be the first to be isolated by Stony Brook. High ground controlled. At least tries to be by K-State, but just doesn't quite find it. Big anti-nade coming in, though. Not going to be enough for K-State, as once again, Stony Brook takes that fight win, and very economically.
Yeah, I mean, it's a repeat of that first fight. You're not isolating any individual targets on Kansas State's side, right? They're all chasing isolated players, and no one is focusing on any individual, right? Fathom was, or rather Hayes was super low inside the jump tower, and no one was able to kind of coalesce and chase them down. So it's just surviving at 10 HP a lot of the time, and Stony Brook are turning those moments into fight wins.
Comes the Kitsune rush now from Uziverse. It's going to make it very difficult for K-State to push in. West tries to turn things around with a pulse bomb. Not going to be there, though. Hayes with the sound barrier, too. 90% on the board. K-State without even a chance or a hope or an opportunity to try to turn this point in their favor. Crash comes in at the last moment, but this is going to be crash and burn.
Cleanup is now here. And this round was not close. 100-0 is going to be the final score line here on round number 2. And you have to think that for Kansas State, that simply not a lot of I think team play going on that second round. They're just not focusing on any individual target. We saw all of their opposition, Stony Brook, playing as a team, and realistically, as we head into map number 2K, we can chalk it up to control. That it doesn't play in their favor. You're gonna have to need to change out that style tremendously in map number 2, because otherwise this is going to look like a very swift 3-0. And I mean, mechanically, right? They're there. We're seeing some really good plays from them. But truthfully, there should be no reason why each player is chasing down an individual target and not really focusing as a team. And Stony Brook made full advantage of that especially in the second round, but also the first.
I love the Wrecking Ball. Would love to to see it find some success here. But today, right now, the Winston, I think, really looked a lot stronger for K-State. They had that cohesion, they had that focus when they were on the Winston. And sure, a lot of times I think you can find a lot of success with this Wrecking Ball composition that thrives on a lot of the chaos. But Stony Brook, they've kind of got that laser focus. They got the blinders on, and they so far have been immune to that chaos that K-State is trying to sow.
Yeah, and I mean that has been, I think, the most impressive part of what Stony Brook University were able to accomplish, because when the fights get super chaotic, when they get extremely messy and hard to read, illegible, if you will, it's very tough to reset, right? It's really tough to reset fight to fight, never mind in the middle of the fight. And I think that was the biggest thing that kind of surprised me of what Stony Brook was capable of doing, is that in those hyper chaotic fights where everyone's kind of lost in doing their individual thing, there is a voice that seems to be guiding them to a target in the moment where you need it the most. And realistically, if Stony Brook can keep that going into maps 2 and beyond, as we highlight Kings Row, there's a real opportunity for them to kind of close this one out in style.
We're going to have to, I imagine, though, see a different look as we move into King's Row. Certainly both of these compositions going to be viable, but they're more than often than not going to be the first choice of a lot of these teams. So are we going to see the same kind of success that we saw from Stony Brook as we move into a map that's going to play dramatically differently?
I had a really clever reply to what you just said. And then I saw the fish and chip sign for the second time, and I realized I haven't eaten yet today.
I was gonna say, you need to get yourself some food.
Like, oh no,
some DoorDash.
I'm
or
distracted
Uber Eats
once
or
more.
That's funny. That's definitely funny. But yeah, you know, these type of compositions can actually absolutely work here. I mean, we saw in our last game on King's Row a couple of these teams try to make it work a little bit, but it seems like it was more of a reaction rather than necessarily what they wanted to step off with.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Stony Brook, of course, on the defense first here. No changes either. Interesting stuff. Still running that Winston, at least for the moment.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this is going to manifest itself on first point.
I mean, it changes the approach slightly, but the style doesn't, right?
Right.
The only thing is you're probably not going to want to use Leap to get in if you're the Winston. You want to use it to get out, considering they have a Mei and a Bastion.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice bubble coming up as well for Jin. Gonna have to give up a lot of room, though, here on point. I mean, look at this. The Arbiter already halfway to an amplification matrix, which has been such a big deal. Big charge comes in from north, but they're going to go down very, very low. Haze as well. So, member on both teams in a critical position, but Crash doing tremendous work, and with a Bastion as well. Nobody wants to move in on it. Jin tries to at the last moment, but not going to find any purchase.
Speaking of North and Crash, that's a bit of a role swap here as well. Keep in mind.
And that is something that they mentioned that they were very comfortable with in their notes. The fact that both of these players main DPS and tank, so having that extra flexibility, that could be a really big deal moving in here, as that first fight looked very dominant for K-State.
I mean, Stony Brook also not a composition that's really going to draw dueling close, so they've made a switch now over to the Orisa, and that's an air matrix that, yeah, you don't want to be standing in front of it for very much longer.
No.
And you won't be.
Wow.
It's just a good what do you call it, macro rotation for the resources here, right? Ant Matrix to win the fight. Without a tank, you can't hold presence, and Kansas State not giving up a ton of room. This is something that you really do like to see in terms of the control that they're holding on the map.
Yeah, just a fantastic play coming out from them. And again, very, very economical too. Stony Brook really hasn't had much of a chance to do anything in this map so far. North has the Shatter ready to go too. Gold has been used by Jin. Comes to Kitsune Rush, so Stony Brook likely going to be trying to push him pretty aggressively. Could be an ample opportunity here for Shatter to come out from North, but instead they're just going to wait for that rush to expire.
Yeah, because you turn with Earthshatter and Blizzard, right? It's a brilliant combo that I don't think that Stony Brook really has any way of responding to.
Once again, Fortify out now from Jin. Going to be several people laid down in the back line, but kills instead coming in favor of Stony Brook. They said, we can ignore the Orisa, and Orisa said, no, you cannot.
I mean, I suppose that's one way to deal with a Blizzard and an Earthshatter. Not historically known as a combo, and there we see why. Which means Kansas State going to change their tank over to the Orisa for the mirror.
An interesting choice. I feel like it was working pretty well for him. Not going to get anything with Bastion's ultimate this time around, so the Arbiter going to have to come up big with his amplification matrix because Stony Brook has a wealth of tools at their disposal. It's going to be the Terra Surge. Nice Dragon Strike coming into it as well. Tries to get some people into it, but not going to end up happening. The Immortality Field there. Ability sustained K-State long enough for them to turn this fight around and push on into third point.
So far, in every fight where teams have used an ult combo, they've gotten 0 kills. Ergo, alt combos are bad and shouldn't be done. I kid, of course.
Right.
I kid, of course. That's not how statistics work. At least not responsibly. But I mean, the combinations have been a little lacking right now, and Kansas State realistically get that second point for free again. And now Stony Brook are working with just the sound barrier, and they have to overcome this Ant Matrix with sheer presence, which they've done so far.
Yeah, surprised to see them utilize all of that to try and push into the amplification matrix. Now, seem to be paying for it. Seem to be paying for their hubris in this moment. Crash does go down. Stony Brook pushing pretty aggressively, but that is going to be all of the damage that's done to Kansas State.
That overclock gets nothing. I mean, you can see Stony Brook, I suppose, give up a little bit of space, but realistically, they were already going to do that. And now, I mean, Kansas State... again, an opportunity for them to control the tempo of the game with... Don't even need to. Nesco falls off the map.
Unfortunate. It's gonna be a nice Terror Surge coming in. Immortality Field is there. They hold on long enough to be able to get that pick onto Usaverse as well. Now without two pillars of your squad, everything else falls apart.
That's a really good way to combo up the Terror Surge, by the way. The wall behind them so they can't walk away, and so your other choice is to stand in it and die, or walk into the opposing team and die. And I mean, Kansas State, yeah, they're looking to kind of close this one out in style.
It's gonna be a nice blizzard coming out, but it's not gonna be enough to stop Jin. Kansas State primed to take this map. Terror Surge there at the end. Not quite getting anything done for Stony Brook, one remaining member, and that is a healthy time bank, to say the least.
Well, it seems that we swapped the nameplates between rounds 2 of map 1 and round 1 of map 2. I kid, of course, but I mean, that's just a turnaround of epic proportions. Right? It felt like Stony Brook had no way to shut down the brawl that Kansas State was bringing. A lot of that does come down to compositional setup, right? The May with the wall allows you to isolate individual targets without any shielding either. A lot of utility that Kansas State has is just more valuable, right? We saw the Ant Matrix. You had to avoid it. You had to either use an ultimate or give up so much room on the map that the payload was able to move forward ever further. And I mean, that's just the beginning of the story. On top of all of that, Stony Brook were not able to ever really turn the economic advantage in their favor, was always playing catch up to their opposition. And so from beginning to end of that round, Kansas State was in control of the map.
Something else I think bears worth mentioning again is just this the flexibility between North and Crash, right? Because, you know, not only do you have players who are comfortable on both roles, so you can just swap them out need be, right? But both players kind of understand how these roles need to be played to a higher degree. And I think that especially comes in handy when you put Crash on the May, right? The understanding of taking space, how it's utilized, this, that, and the other. When you have a May who's got that kind of knowledge base, it makes things that much more difficult, I think, for your opposition. Remember, coming in, trying again for this dive. This time they've got the Reaper instead, which I think could cause a lot of problems. It's certainly going to make life more difficult for North, and we're getting a massive rotation coming in for Stony Brook as well, really flipping the script here, flipping the map on its head.
The other thing too, of course, is with the Reaper rather than the Tracer, you aren't at...
Yeah, that is an excellent point. Looks like we might have a disconnect happening here for production. So, ooh, that could be problematic. I
don't know. They're just going to slide to the left.
Slide to the left.
They just never went right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to, I believe, try to throw this to a short break. See if we can get these technical issues sorted out here just as quick as we can so we can get back into the action. But right now, Stony Brook up 1-0, but K-State are on the attack. We'll be back here very shortly. We are back. Our server is in the lobby, and 3-3 is the score line here, LaFon. So,
Stony Brook with the time advantage as well, by the way.
Right? Yeah, a pretty significant cap from both squads. They're gonna try and take to the high ground. Drops in on everyone. Maybe a nice bubble to isolate, but instead, damage is done to Stony Brook, and now North feels free to push forward pretty aggressively. Gonna be crash caught out in the back line though by Nezuko, so things have kind of turned on their heads a little bit here. One tick has been committed, has been earned here by Kansas State, but Stony Brook going to jump back in this time. Shen goes down pretty early, but there's no big heals on the board either for K-State, so it's certainly not over yet. Stony Brook putting up a fantastic defense here and driving Kansas State back to spawn.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is going to be the last minute of play. Kansas State has an opportunity to close this one through. I mean, there's still a very real chance for them to capture the objective, right? You have Matrix soon, you have Earthshatter as well. And, I mean, Stony Brook, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them on this second fight. They aren't closer, unless Nezuko can get in the back line here with a Death Blossom.
North either going to have to try and end things early with the Shatter or save it for the Death Blossom that is certainly coming here from Nezuko. It's going to be one pick on either side. Amplification Matrix out now for the Arbiter. It's Papa doing a lot of work. Nezuko comes into the back line though. Kitsune rush on point. They're going to go down though as Fire Strike finds him. Here comes the Death Blossom. Shatter is going to lay them down though. So K-State comes away with the point.
Yeah, it's a very chaotic setup there. Just brawling all over the place. You know, at one point in time, North, I think, was like 20, 30 HP as well. So definitely margin for error, almost none. Still, Kansas State not in a fantastic position despite getting that capture. The one upside, of course, is that they get the capture, so any progress here is just a bonus. But you would definitely like to at least get this next fight win. Still, you're looking at perhaps the Sound Barrier having to work overtime.
Big dive coming in from Jen. They're going to immediately pop the Primal Rage, seeing if they can keep everybody at bay from Kansas State. And without support, without those heals, Stony Brook stops the cart.
That is a big Primal Rage.
Yeah.
Absolute intention there from the Winston. Jump in the backline, get on the supports, force the Sound Barrier and the juggle to keep the Baptiste away from the engagement. No one can touch the objective with that, as the overclock was running in the backline. So, I mean, that play was drawn out to perfection by Stony Brook, recognizing that they don't have to win the fight. They just have to make sure that no one in Kansas State can stay on the objective. And they do just that. Still, I mean, an opportunity arises for Kansas State to win this map. All they have to do is, well, they'll have to hold first, right? And then it is kind of their situation. We obviously didn't get a chance to see how Stony Brook ran on the offense of the last round, but considering they finished with more time, you have to think that they found a mark or a flaw in the strategy that Kansas State brought, and were able to kind of punish it. So we'll see if they're able to replicate that setup here in round two.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from them. Definitely wish we'd gotten to see that, because that is a big question mark, right? For us, you know, moving into the next map, you know, what are kind of the implications of this? It'll be a little bit of a mystery for us, but we will find out, I am sure. Stony Brook now going back over to the Winston. They seem to really have found a lot of success on this. Taking some pretty advantageous positions very early as well, although they're taking a lot of damage for it. And in fact, the Suzu has to be used by Uziverse as well. So that's gonna be pretty big deal. Big dive into the backline, trying to section off everybody who was caught in hotel, but it bites off more than they can chew. Gonna pay for it. This hold starting out, at least for the moment, pretty well for K-State, but they've got to do this again for 2 more minutes.
That is not a good look. Unfortunately for them, there's a Sojin difference stepping in, and on top of that, all that damage that Stony Brook took in the first fight means that they're going to have a Kitsune rush here very, very soon. First tick earned now.
Yeah, The rest of K-State starting to back off, back away. They're going to try and push back in, though. North has all of their abilities ready to go. It's a nice bubble coming out again from Jin. Here comes that Kitsune rush that is online. Shuda desperately trying to see if they can get those last couple of picks. They do, in fact, decide to commit the Kitsune rush just to secure this point.
I mean, that's a fight that you win handily. You deny a couple more ultimates to Kansas State because of how quickly you win that one out. Crash gonna make a switch off the Junkrat to the Torbjorn. Keep in mind, 120. There's still 2 fights left here for Stony Brook, and they don't have to get the payload that far. Just through this archway, an aggressive setup by the tank of Stony Brook. They don't want to let anyone contest for free, and I like this. I like this a lot from Stony Brook. Keep in mind that Overclock is going to be able to run through. They have the sustain of the sound barrier. Kansas State, they have to delay this fight as long as possible to win outright here.
You're going to have a window and Pack Visor coming up. And in fact, that's going to do a lot of work right off the bat. But Shuda comes in huge. 2 rail shots are going to almost instantly equalize this. It's now a 3v3. But the cart is on the precipice. It is on the brink of getting captured. Now Hayes getting chased down, getting poked away. North trying to hold on to point for as long as they can, putting a lot of pressure now on Uziverse, seeing if they can take them out of the fight quickly. They're gonna have to get back though. Uziverse has found a pick. There's gonna be 2 now in favor of Stony Brook. They will get the point. They will take Kings Row, extend their lead to 2-0 in this match.
Shuda, the absolute hero of that fight, no doubt about it. I mean, getting 2 uncontested picks that early, and having the fight turn around in the opposition's favor meant that the forward spawns of the for Stony Brook meant that they were back in the fight that much quicker. So Shuda, no doubt about it, wins that map for Stony Brook as they get the 2-0 series lead. Not done yet though, and there were signs of life absolutely from Kansas State when we return. The outset of this series. And we return to the action once more. Route 66 up next here for what may very well be the final map of this series, as Stony Brook sits at a 2-0 over Kansas State. Kings Row, a very close game, but map one not so much. Oasis was very one-sided in Stony Brook's favor. And now, I mean, Kansas State will have to turn that one around if they want to take victory in this series. A reverse sweep would be required. Juggle God and myself will find back on the mic here for map number 3. And Juggle God, I mean, it has been sort of an eventful, if one-sided series so far.
It certainly has. And I mean, even when we thought Kansas State, when they were on attack first on Kings Row, you know, all indications were that they had figured something out, right? That they had kind of found their footing, that maybe they, you know, we were looking at one of those situations where team comes in, looks great on control points, but then, you know, on these more payload-centric maps, kind of loses their footing. But that absolutely was not the case. SUNY Stony Brook comes back in such a big way, and now interesting look coming out from both squads. We've actually got the Sigma here for the first time from Stony Brook, and K-State opting instead for this Winston-based dive.
A lot of high ground control here on first, especially. The Sigma can really take control of big Earls, and I mean, a dive can be denied with a well-timed accretion, of course.
Stony Brook, or rather Kansas State, taking their time, getting into a good position to contest the high ground, but that's going to be cut short from Nezuko. Nice headshot to stop K-State from getting really any significant progress on the cart.
I mean, that's just good heads-up play by Stony Brook, and Nezuko sees Tracer come in, and then the Tracer goes down. So, tough stuff. And by the way, Kansas State has now made the switch again, where Crash is back on tank. So the role selection continues to switch around here for Kansas State.
Definitely makes it hard to play into. You know, you get used to one kind of configurations, playstyle, and they swap it up and make it a little bit different moving forward. But Stony Brook doesn't seem to be bothered by this so far in the least. Nice accretion, gonna net them a kill. Red's gonna come through. Mortality field now has to be used as well by Uziverse. In the meantime, though, Crash goes down. Your destruction orb is going to be the cause of that scientist to fall.
I mean, Stony Brook is just slowing the game down, right? Like, North is not really able to get into position because of how well Nezuko is doing at kind of, you know, spy checking. Well, less spy checking and more just putting pressure on the Tracer. Crash can't even enter the fight.
Wow.
It's just dead. A lot of spam. And Discord orb is so strong, so another reset coming in for Kansas State.
Alright, as well, Jin has the Gravitic Flux online, so that's going to be a lot to deal with. Crash actually going over to the Wrecking Ball, and I like this swap here as well, because it could allow them to kind of dislodge this bunker that has appeared on the high ground here. Actually, we are going to see Crash try and go through. Instead, going to drop on the back line. Primary target going to be Hayes on the Zenyatta, but they're healed back up post Hayes, and Nezuko once again denies North any opportunity to try and poke at their back line.
And Crash is going to go down as well. It's just not enough disruption here on the high ground. The problem is on the roll through for Kansas State. North and Crash are trying to get in the back line, but there's 3 players who are effectively not doing anything in the meantime, right? And a lot of that obviously is the geometry of the map. It's not as the players are literally AFK. Simply, they just don't have line of sight once that approach comes through. So it turns into a 5v2 that turns into a 5v3 once the first 2 are eliminated, and Stony Brook have turned that into the last 60 seconds on this map.
Oh, with the Arbiter going down as well, who had the Nano Boost ready to go. Things a little rough. They do have the res coming in. Gravitic Flux going to be a whiff this time. Is everybody able to kind of dodge their way out of it? Massive Pulse Bomb, though. Going to delete the entire damage section for Stony Brook. And with that, only 50 seconds left to go. Kansas State will take their first fight win.
I mean, that's the first fight where every member of Kansas State was involved at the same time. And look how much better of a fight it ended up being. Right. I mean, part of that obviously is the accretion kind of missed on the resurrect, but even with that being considered, with all 5 players of Kansas State being unleashed, so much more value is able to be earned.
Like this minefield as well from Crash. That's gonna basically deny the high ground. They're gonna get the Bob onto point. Now Crash trying to cause some disruption in the back line, but they're gonna have to deal with this Bob. Immortality field has to be committed from Stony Brook. There's going to be a melee kill to put a stop to things here. Stony Brook seems to have been able to put the brakes on what K-State wants to do despite getting the res off. Fathom does go down. No heals left for K-State. Overtime is ticking over, and despite one great fight, Stony Brook will stop the cart before it gets to second.
I mean, 3 of the 4 minutes, nothing happened, with, you know, just a bunch of poke fights occurring. And then one fight that Kansas State got, and then Stony Brook replies with one good fight of their own. So essentially 2 good fights in the first round, and alas for Kansas State, they just can't quite get any further in the map. And now Stony Brook 1 round away from closing things out.
This is definitely the do or die time here for K-State. We have seen flashes of brilliance, but so far Stony Brook really seem to have their number there. I want to issue a quick apology to Stony Brook. I assumed the tank was Jin, but that is in fact Nezuko, or the tank this time around is Lee. So I apologize for that. I'll be sure to remember it in the future. As a state, his defense going to have to be absolutely stellar in order for them to stay in this match.
See what Stony Brook are able to accomplish on their offense now.
Listened to your album the other day.
Did you like it?
Yeah, overall, I mean, it was just a really smart play by Stony Brook, right? So
Yeah.
on their defense, we'll see if they can convert that this time around. And Kansas State has been good on being able to sort of waste time on the objective, which is what they're going to need to do now. 4 minutes, in fact, is what they'll have to accomplish.
I like the idea of the spawn hold here from K-State. They recognize that they kind of need to eke every single fight that they can out of this engagement. A lot of pressure, though, being put onto Fathom here. They do eventually go down. Stony Brook, despite this spawn hold, going to come away with the win. Couple exit picks for K-State, but in the grand scheme of things, not going to mean a whole lot.
Tragically for Kansas State now, I mean, the payload's going to be moving forward, and Crash is so delayed on this elimination. So we'll get to that first corner pretty quickly, which means that Stony Brook now has to win 1 fight, realistically speaking. And with Kansas State making a ton of changes here, I mean, the expectation is that you don't really have much to force this final fight. Resource-wise, it's going to be a neutral game, and to this point, Stony Brook has had the better advantage in that regard.
Oh, that's going to be Nezuko dropping very quickly to Crash. So all indications are we're going to get our first hold here from K-State, but already Stony Brook has narrowed the what they need to do here to essentially 1 fight win, maybe 2.
Yeah, that's a good. It's a good hold in that neutral. They isolate Nezuko on the flank. There's no tools to kind of clear through. You know, there's no one to support rather the Genji in the air. And with that being said, you know, the rest of the team kind of coalesces around it. North has actually found so much more value on this Torbjorn, right? The crossfire with the turret has set things up for success.
Yeah, with Slee going down very early for Stony Brook, that's going to make it very difficult for the rest of them to push in. But Nezuko going to equalize things, at least for the moment. Kansas State does get the res, but they trade a tank for a Fathom. And the Valkyrie ready to go as well. 2 minutes on the clock here. Stony Brook making slow but steady progress.
Yeah, critically, this fight is going to be a disaster. This needs to be a win for Kansas State. And they're already down a player.
Crash into the back line. Nezuko goes down very low. They are eventually able to get them. Primal Rage committed as well. Now gonna be Uziverse having a hard time staying alive, staying out of the way of those fists from that Primaling Winston. Fathom is back into the fight. Big Molten Core on point as well from K-State. That's gonna stop things once again, but now it is absolutely only 1 fight win that separates Stony Brook from victory here today.
I mean, now you're looking at a Nano Visor combo perhaps from Kansas. So you can see Stony Brook are looking to go all in on making sure either Shuda or Nezuko, the DPS players, have the damage throughput for this final fight. It's So it's really going to be which DPS with more support in their back pocket is the one going to step up here. That's what it comes down to in the final moments.
Arbiter trying to stay very, very safe, recognizing that they are part of the key to success here. Last fight for either team. Stony Brook Open is up with a bang. North is down. Now, everybody from K-State moving back as quick as they can. No DPS left of the blade online from Nezuko. They are to slice and dice way through the rest of the team, and Stony Brook will take a 3-0 victory today over K-State.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the win condition that final fight is realistically the blade, rather the damage throughput, tactical visor versus blade and overclock, and the spam from the overclock softens everyone up so the blade can get in for the final blows. It's a pretty simple final fight, but I think speaks volumes about the match as a whole, as it's going to be a 3-0 here for Stony Brook. They'll move on in their division to continue their reign of terror, as it were. And with that being said, that one is in the books. Well, Juggle God, that is it for our second match here of the night. We're halfway done. Still more Overwatch to come when we return. Welcome back, everyone, to the show as we get set for game number 3 of our 4 games on the dot. And upcoming. What a fantastic day we've had so far. I mean, it's been fairly one-sided in terms of scoreline, but the actual gameplay has been quite good. And now as we get into game number 3, Juggle God and myself, LaFawn here. What more to be said? We're starting to get into we talked about this at the top of the show. It continues to be true now. We're starting to see teams really cement their ideology of what they expect the team or the meta to kind of look like. And as a result, we're getting very, very stable gameplay as we head here into week 3.
Pardon me about that. Microphone was muted. Gonna be a Battle of the Titans here coming up. Boise State University, of course, took the grand finals in Philly after the fall semester. So absolutely, they look like the team to beat here today. But Missouri State, they have showed up in a huge way so far. Of course, also sporting a 2-0 record here, LaFawn. And we got to actually see them play on stream last week too.
Indeed, and their performance was quite strong there. Boise State, right? Clearly the favorite coming into this match simply because of their standing as the victors from last season, right? With that 2-0 score line and looking to repeat coming into the winter season of the NACE Star League. So, I think we're looking at that head-to-head between, especially Matt Merck stepping up, right? A player that's been around for a very long time, right? Has had a lot of performance in Overwatch 1 and continues to showcase in Overwatch 2. I think as we get set into the map itself for Missouri State, with Stellian, because we have footage on them more recently, a team that I think has been flexible coming into this match.
I think that's a good way to describe them too. And so far, honestly, I feel like that's kind of been a recurring theme in a lot of the teams that we've seen who have taken these wins so far. This spring split here at NACE. So that certainly speaks a lot to their prowess and speaks a lot to their chances, I think, of potentially toppling the giant that is Boise State here tonight. So yeah, very excited to see how they're going to react to what Boise State is going to bring to the table, because we know they're going to be bringing their A game. With players, of course, like Matt Merck on the table, it's going to be it's going to be a tough job, regardless of how you split it. Are heading to Lijiang Tower once again, LaFawn. So back to the usual.
Indeed. Not really a surprise, I think, especially if you consider how Boise State has played in the past and really how Missouri has played in the past. I think map selection should be expected to be fairly standard here. I would not be surprised if we go to Kings Row for map number 2. But the way they play on the map, I think, is what separates these teams moving forward, right? And realistically, this is not to kind of repeat the talking points from the previous series. It stands true here as well, is that because there's so much experience over the last little while in Overwatch 2 with the certain meta compositions, certain trials and so forth, the expectation for this series coming up is, has this been a case of reading forward in the patch and finding out what is good this patch, or are we going to continue reading what has been strong prior that has continued to remain strong? And I think this is now we can really get an answer as to that story as we head into game number 3.
It's been, we're in that kind of weird in-between time, right? It's only been a week since this patch has come out. Of course, we've known what the changes were going to be for a little bit longer than that, but yeah, we're absolutely, I think, still in this adjustment period, but things are definitely looking a little clearer, becoming a little more obvious as to what the strengths are going to be. And I think one of the interesting things, at least from my perspective, is that Wrecking Ball this week especially has not looked as dominant as they did last week. And in fact, moving forward, not sure if those buffs were enough to necessarily bring them to the forefront, because really today I feel like the story is a lot of the time it's been these Ramatra based compositions or the Winston based compositions.
Yeah, definitely a case there. I think one of the things too with the Wrecking Ball is that a lot of it comes down to how good is your Wrecking Ball, right? The great ones are getting a lot more value. The ones that are perhaps kind of riding the bandwagon haven't found as much success. We'll see if that kind of moves forward as well. But so far, yeah, that has been kind of the name of the game.
Well, Of course, going on the Lijiang Tower, there's definitely an opportunity for us to see again. Game number 3 here is Wrecking Ball something about it, because that is absolutely one of the maps that they are strongest on. So, only time is going to tell what this is going to look like. One thing I wanted to mention though is too, I think, is that we have seen this this habit. It's Lijiang Tower, Kings Row, right? That seems to be the way most things go, but if you are Missouri State today, I think going to Kings Row, if Boise State takes the loss in this first map, Kings Row can almost guarantee it, because their record, I believe it's something obnoxious. It's like 103-6 on Kings Row throughout competitive play over the last 2 years for this squad. So dominant, I don't think even begins to come close to describing how good they are on this map. So that, I think, could be a big factor as we move into the next map. But of course, we have to get through Lijiang Tower first.
Indeed. And with that being said, now we dial in onto Lijiang Tower for a moment. We looking at Control Center, looking at Night Market. We've seen a lot of brawl there as of late. Garden has been sort of the point where we get a lot of dive has been sort of the tradition in this most recent patch, and if that's going to continue, then I think that's certainly an interesting thing to kind of highlight. There has been elements of sort of the tank being the driving factor. Been sort of a narrative recently is which class ends up being the one that kind of drives the discussion of who really sets the tempo for the game. And I mean, historically, it's been the tank players, right? Tank and support kind of be that dynamic duo, and then the DPS kind of clean up afterwards. I think more recently, it's been, can the tank create enough space, meaning survive or take away enough resources away from the opponent for the DPS to really pop off? With that being said, that kind of comes into the question. Still, we're waiting for the game to start. When we return, the action continues. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Back in the action, or about to be, I suppose. Boise State versus Missouri State as we get set for game map number 1 of game number 3. How often do you look up in the map when you're in it? Honestly, I have to say very infrequently for me.
Yeah, well, I've got far too many hours on Wrecking Ball, so I look up quite a bit in some of these maps. Sailing might be a little more familiar to me, I suppose. But ooh, looking at food there again. Those dumplings looked very nice. Also, this is it's a bit of a marathon for us here every Tuesday night, LaFon, and I know I am always looking forward to dinner after these games. Definitely makes me hungry. This is interesting. 2 takes I don't think we've seen at all on Lijiang Tower Night Market coming into play here. We've got the Sigma versus the Ramatra, so this is going to be very interesting. I'm very curious to see exactly how this is going to play out as we move forward. Boise State trying to take this first corner, but Missouri actually able to get a little bit better positioning here. Of course, damage coming in, though, courtesy of Goblin in the air from Boise. It's causing Missouri State to kind of stay under cover, at least for the moment. Gonna allow Boise to almost cap point as well.
The big problem here, of course, is that the Pharah has no natural contest on Missouri State's side. So that's just free damage, and then the Ramatra is able to come in and clean up. Yeah. It's tough, right? You'd expect Missouri State here, I think, to switch one of their targets. Yeah, Flame Tank 550, moving over to the Cassidy, right? You just need a little bit more hit scan pressure because Goblin is completely uncontested. Missouri State, in fact, going to change their composition wholesale. Now it's going to be a very aggressive setup, which now is a bit of a question mark as to what Flame Tank 550 is going to accomplish, right? Because they're going to be left out in the cold by themselves while everyone else is sort of running forward to deal with the backline of Boise State. And, I mean, it's a change that makes sense in isolation, but as a whole, we'll have to see if the execution comes forward.
Execution going to be the key word here for Courage. Tries to do just that to Lyric, but unable to get the final blow onto them. Play 2 going to go down relatively quickly, though. Flame Tank actually already making their presence known, but Annihilation coming out from Kel is going to make things vastly more difficult for Missouri State, and at this point, they're just going to get chased down into Oblivion or back to their spawn.
Now, this is the resolution here. I like the style that Missouri State is running, but again, they have it's that Cassidy, right? Like, how are you going to protect them in the mid-fight? This is going to be the tested. This is going to be the very important fight. This is going to be the most critical one here for Missouri State, right? If they can use this Kasuna Rush to shut down Kel, who has no Annihilation at this stage, there's an opportunity for them to come right back into it.
Here comes the Dead Eye from Plato. Doesn't net a kill this time around. Nice minefield as well from Courage, able to build that relatively quickly, but again, not necessarily getting the value that I think they wanted. That it comes out this time from Flame Tank. They do find Lyric, and this time those initial picks, those first picks, are going to net a fight win for Missouri State.
Yeah, that also cost them everything except the Coalescence, right? That's the minefield, Kitsune Rush, Dead Eye. So yeah, and the Pulse Bomb at that. So you're hoping this Coalescence is able to sustain all the way through, because it's all you've got. And I mean, Boise State also looking at final fight here. So yeah, for every one fight that Missouri State wins, they also have to consider the next one, is what Boise State is also looking at on top of it.
Goblin coming in with a flank right now. They do have the barrage ready to go. Gets up heads up play there from Courage to try and to deny them some of the space to go in. Courage, though, going to eat a lot of damage from Plato. Big Coalescence, that's what they needed. Missouri State heard what needed to happen and responded to the call.
It's a good start. It's not the most important fight, just happens to be the first one out of 3 that they really need to win. This next one is going to be the critical one, right? Courage and Cap have, dealt enough damage, they're able to build up sort of the detonation abilities. If they win this one, there's a real chance for them to return. But it needs to be this one that they win outright.
Hell trying to push in. They're getting very, very close now to the Annihilation, but already down one player. Chosen going very low as well. Flame Tank is able to pick out Goblin from the sky. Unclear at the moment as to whether or not Lyric going to try and go for the res. Looks like not going to be the case this time. Content to just try and regroup. Ooh. Flame Tank going down is rough. Gonna be a post bomb that lands onto Courage. 2 picks already in favor. Make that a lot more for Boise State. Just gonna be Courage left really on point, trying to get anything done here. Put it up to 90%, but somebody's gonna have to stall. This is gonna be a scuff final fight.
Sooner Rush is used. There's no one here for it. And I don't know that there's really the damage they need.
Oof. Flame Tank coming in with a Deadeye, not able to get anything done with it this time around. Watch out, pushing on to point. Already got a couple picks in tow. Boise State gonna take this first map here on Lijiang.
I felt like the inevitable outcome for Boise State, considering the composition is not really designed to retake the objective. It's more to hold it when they get there. And once they got on to that point, right, there was no way that Missouri State in their sort of staggered setup was able to dislodge them. So credit to Boise State for playing that one pretty well. We now head to Garden, where I highlighted this at the top of the of this game, where we see a lot of dive make its place. No, and it looks like Boise State making at least partial attempts at changing over to the Winston to play out in the Garden setup.
Flame Tank taking a note out of Goblin's book and be on the Pharah as well. Very classic look, honestly, here on Lijiang Gardens. They're trying to take a pretty forward position, but Boise State does a great job of getting over all of that ground towards this choke.
Ooh.
So they're trying to surround people, but a beautiful direct coming out from Flame Tank. That's going to be force Boise State to use their get out of jail free card to use that resurrection. Kel going down very low, though. Forced to back out. They are going to be able to get healed back up. And now the aerial battle continues. The Cap able to finish off Lyric as a nice shot came in initially. It's going to be neither Mercy online, neither Mercy on board at the moment. Boise State does contest here at the last second. It's a good thing they do, because they're starting to get the picks that they need. Will be Missouri, who does capture first, so even if they don't take this fight win, they're at least going to get some capture percentage on the board.
Yeah, the problem is both supports are gone, though, and so there's no survivability left, and it's surely a matter of time, right? Especially with Cap with no recall. Yeah, not going to be able to escape, so the point will flip over. 17%, reasonable, I suppose. But now Missouri State have the unenviable setup of having to retake with a Pharah. And Courage really going to have to come up big here on the Wrecking Ball, I think.
They certainly are. And this is one of the best places, I think, for Wrecking Ball to really make their presence known, to really find a lot of success. But it's certainly proving hard for them to do just that at the moment. Cap, forced to use their recall. They do have a pulse bomb ready to go. Gonna have to find an ideal target for it. One player down from each side, but Lyric has the opportunity, of course, to res Kel in this situation. Minefield might prevent that, though. Laid out kind of in the open. Goblin does take care of Cap. And even though Missouri State gets to the point, Boise State holds on.
Strong stuff here from Boise State. This is where they get to start to really build their lead as well, right? They don't have to commit much, and now get the opportunity to open with a Kitsune Rush. Even the options are really all theirs, and I mean, with that they don't even need to do anything. A big pickup onto the Kiriko of the opposition.
With no Kiriko to be found, they are going to let loose with a rush of their own. Plato puts the finishing touches on Cap. 60% and counting here for Boise State, and they're showing no signs of slowing down.
Not even letting them out of their spawn here. It's just good aggressive setup here from Boise State, recognizing where Missouri wants to walk in to actually take contests and not letting them get free reign on those particular areas. So Flame Tank has given up on the head-to-head battle in the Pharah, and it looks like Missouri State going to switch wholesale. The only two players staying on their characters are the Tracer and the Kiriko.
Ooh, Plato going down very low, forced to back up to point. Doesn't have recall. They're going to go down. Goblin comes up big with a 2K, though, on the barrage. Kel now with a primal trying to keep everybody off point. Nobody has been able to contest just yet. That's going to be OnStar, who gets there in the nick of time, but it's only enough time to get the point into overtime. Nobody else going to be able to touch it. Boise State takes Lijiang Tower.
Boise State on that final round doing a great job of juggling aggression, tagging back in, not letting any individual player overstay their welcome in terms of receiving damage. And so with no picks coming through, it's just not enough generated resource-wise. And the switches came just way too late. If you're going to make a change because you think your composition doesn't, match head-to-head, it needs to happen sooner. It doesn't, and Boise State rolled to a map 1 victory. So still a tough place to be is for Missouri State as they look to try and gain their revenge as we head to map number 2.
And of course, will be Missouri State's map choice. Again, I'll be curious to see what they opt for. Almost everybody's choice is going to be King's Row, but that could just make matters worse in this case for Missouri State, because yeah, if there's one thing we know about Boise is that they love Kings Row.
That's absolutely fair. I mean, as you were highlighting in the intro, they their win rate on it is quite high, and the way they win it is also very impressive. So I think it's a bit of a no-win situation right now for Missouri State. They have to kind of return to their game. They were forced away from it in map number 1. Kind of playing catch up to what Boise State was bringing. I think that's going to have to change in map number 2. You can't quite follow your opponent if you're also not going to beat them at that game. So allowing Boise State to play their style and then not really force them away from it is going to be, I think, a critical thing that has to be fixed for Missouri State on map number 2.
Yeah, because Gardens looked a lot, or rather, I'm sorry, Night Market actually looked a lot better, I think, than Gardens. In that first sub map. So if they can kind of dial into or tap into what the some of the success that they had there, we could see good things coming. But looks like Missouri State may have fallen into the trap. They have elected to go to Kings Row, so it's gonna be tough for them, LaFon. Very, very difficult indeed. But you know what? If they take a win here, that is quite the statement and quite the accomplishment.
Yeah, that could reset the sort of the momentum here for sure. And that's something we haven't talked about because we haven't really needed to this point, is that Overwatch is a mental game just as much as it is, sort of one of mechanical execution. And if you can take away some of the success or take away a map that Boise State has had so much success on, then there's an opportunity, I think, to gain, confidence in your gameplay, move forward to try and kind of close out the series. And if you can do it on Kings Row, that certainly would play into your hands. Yeah, an opportunity for Missouri State. So that may be, playing into it. Obviously, I think Missouri State expects Kings Row to be one of their better hybrid maps, which is why they selected it.
Of course, yeah.
All told, there's the, sort of the game behind the game kind of rolling forward as we look at this second map.
Kings Row. I wonder about that Dell shop with the fish and chips. I got distracted by it this time, LaFon. Not gonna lie, it's been a little thorn in our side, I think, at this point. But it still looks, despite it being daytime out on Kings Row, doesn't really look like there's hardly any action going on. A lot of trash and things laying around too.
Kings Row is honestly a dark place overall.
Right? Very dark. You think about third point. That's where, everything that's underneath there, that's where the Omnics live, and it looks so dismal and depressing. A very interesting place. A lot of lore here. I mean, there was that one big cinematic as well with Widowmaker, Zenyatta, Racer. Location of a lot of things.
Yeah.
What
Boise State with the defense. Seen the Reinhardt come in here from Boise State now. A lot of damage throughput here. I highly expect Courage's shield to perhaps not survive for very long.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for them, to say the least. One thing that's been curious that I feel like we haven't actually talked a whole lot about is just the prevalence of Bastion recently. And even seeing Boise State elect to use the Bastion, I think just strength, it speaks to the strength of this hero right now. Cap going down early. A shot from Lyric, gonna open things wide open here for Boise State. They're gonna push back very hard against Missouri, forcing them all the way back to spawn.
Now, once you kind of get into the line of sight of the entirety of Boise State, there's just a lot of damage, and there's not much mitigation on Missouri State's side. You're looking at perhaps a kinetic grasp, Suzu. That's about it. Missouri State going to make some switches now also. Flame Tank going off the Widow, going to play the Hanzo. More shield break, more spam damage.
I was curious though, Courage has done a great job of getting their Gravitic Flux online. Cap going down though once again. I believe they were the first pick last time, so tough situation.
Man,
Courage does get the Gravitic Flux, but no fight win.
Boise State not even giving Courage the opportunity to get shielding off the kinetic grass. They all just stop firing, and then as soon as it wears away, everyone just falls over.
Here comes an ult as well from Plato. Causing the team to scatter a little bit. Doesn't get necessarily a kill, but certainly disrupts their formation. At least for the moment, they shake it off, though, to their credit. Don't look really any worse for the wear. Here comes the Kitsune rush. Courage tries to get the grab on Surge online, but there's just too much damage coming in. Cal, though, in a tough position. Still able to get the pig onto Flame Tank, though, and try and push out to see if they can regroup with the rest of their team. Plato goes down. Very low, taken out of the equation. Goblin still holding on strong, and despite a lot of picks coming through in favor of Missouri State, Boise State continues to hold.
Yeah, the critical thing there is that as Plato has been taken down, sticks the mine, the grenade onto Cap, so it was just a mine that was required from the Junkrat. That's gonna actually buy time for the respawners to get back too.
Yeah. Here comes the Riptide now from Goblin. Suzu might have to be very well timed if they are hoping to survive this. Not going to be the case. Takes out 1 DPS, 1 support. Plato there to help finish off the rest, and Boise State has whittled Missouri's time down to just over a minute.
And I mean, now you're looking for heroics, right? This is the stage of the game where you're running out of kind of tools to work with. Fights have kind of devolved, lost their presence, and so let's hope the Missouri State can check their corners, because winning the wings is the Earth Shatter. That's good.
Gonna be thrown out.
Blocked by the shield.
Blocks it. Yeah, barely blocks it, but credit to them. They do, in fact, get it. Plato gonna be able to gun down just about everybody who is left. What a charge as well coming in from Plato, or rather from Cal.
That's 25 seconds. Missouri State changes their composition once more, but now they have nothing, right? And I mean, I suppose Boise State is in a similar position, but Boise State's not the one that absolutely needs to capture the objective to keep this map going.
And what comes out from Cap, Kel is able to sidestep it, though, fairly effective. We do get the last moment to contest here from Courage. They're going to be charged, though, out of their mech. Finished off relatively quickly after that. Very few players left standing, trying desperately to hold on to point. Any chance, any hope of survival, but there will be none, and Boise State with a full hold.
And now 4 minutes to take that first third of the objective, to take the stranglehold on the series. Boise State looking at making this one quick and keeping their their record flawless. Well on their way.
That they are, Lafon. That they are. This is not unexpected. Honestly, what we saw from Boise State, certainly the favorites going into this map, and I mean that hold honestly played to perfection. Very little, I think, you're able to critique. Missouri State did get a few picks. I think it was either second or third fight. They got them down to maybe 2 to 3 players, but even despite that, Boise State is still able to hold on, which just speaks again to the strengths of this team, right? A lot of teams you would see kind of crumble when a lot of picks come in like that, but not a chance for them.
Yeah, and I mean, now Boise, this is the team that won last season, right? So there is a lot of expectations on them to perform, and so far they have. For Missouri State, I think it's tough because the Boise State has taken time. The first map was I think closer, right? Missouri State had an opportunity to kind of turn some fights in their favor, but just we're not able to kind of turn that same kind of resolution on Kings Row. We'll see if that on the attacking half they can get into that, but for the moment it has been a fairly tough Kings Row for them. I mean, part of that of course is they're just not able to take as many fights as they'd like, right? You talked about that second fight, they only had 4 total, which considering how one-sided they were is pretty slow overall. So yeah, I think defensively, if there is an opportunity to be had here, it is going to be many fights, many early pickoffs, and don't allow Boise State to get through, any choke point for free, which certainly easier said than done when you have to consider that you have to contest the objective as well. But I mean, that's the situation you find yourself in if they want to prevent themselves from being taken down going down 2-0 into the break.
Interesting composition choices for Missouri State here, but you know, one of the things I do appreciate about it is trying something new, right? This is a game of swaps. This is a game of adaptations. So coming out of the Doomfist, certainly an interesting look. Maybe not typical, but could have a lot of success. You can get the TP classic on top of the Mondada statue. That's gonna be Kel on point already. Missouri State gonna have to contest very soon. But Cap getting pushed away, going to be deleted almost instantaneously, and nobody actually even touches for Missouri State. Boise wins that one practically for free.
Very, very quick game indeed, and I mean, a lot of credit to Boise State for, well, a little bit of flashy gameplay to get the teleporter up top, and then, I mean, who's going to really win the fight there, right? Who's really going to contest? It's tough to say. Well, that being said, it is 2-0 here for Boise State as they are sitting at match point when we return, looking to see if Missouri State can bring a reverse sweep, or will Boise State 3-0. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the halftime. We are with Boise State taking on Missouri State University in a best of 5 that was looking more and more likely to be a 3-0 considering the performance on Kings Row. We head now to map number 3, and with that, we now know what it is going to be. Circuit Royale steps forward. And
I like this. Go ahead, LaFont. Sorry.
Oh no, you said you like this for
Yeah, I like this, right? Because it shows to me that Missouri State is kind of recognized like, okay, we're being outbrawled at this point, right? We need to put ourselves in a position where maybe we're not playing into the strengths of Boise State here. Now, easier said than done. They're going to be strong on just about anything we see them on, but at least in this case, they can try to put them on something maybe they're going to have a little bit better. Maybe Missouri is going to have a little more success with. It's at least something new, right? Again, got to try new things, see what's going to stick, and this is absolutely, I think, a good direction to try and push things.
Indeed. Now the question, of course, is what does Boise State run here, right? They're not averse to, I think, styles that are unorthodox is, I think, going a little too far, but perhaps not historically successful in Overwatch, but have now found success in Overwatch 2, certainly, right? So setting sort of the pace of the game, something that Boise State loves to do, and as we kind of saw in that last map, running the Bastion, running some Junkrat as well. I'm curious if they elect to go to the tried and true, sort of the established setup on Circuit Royale, or if they're going to, run something core to their style, which is a little bit different than that. And I think that is probably the most interesting kind of thing to kind of highlight here for Boise State, because again, they hold all the cards at this juncture of the match, especially considering how, you know, one-sided Kings Row was.
Yeah, that's true. The impetus certainly on them to kind of continue with this dominance moving forward. But loaded in the game already. Boise State on the defense this time, and Goblin taking out Flame Tank, taken out by Fat Whale. There's no big snipers left on the board. Missouri State just now beginning to turn this first corner. We're seeing just how much space they can take, but in the meantime, Cap has gone down. Plato doing a great job of keeping everyone at bay. Nice rock, though, coming out from Courage, eventually able to chase them down, and with that, should, if they play their cards right, be able to hold here, at least get to this first point.
Rare footage of a team winning the fight and then losing ground. Boise State actually had uncontested picks the first half of that, but kept backing up, inefficiently. So they weren't actually holding any space in the map. They were just sort of leaving the area of engagement. With the respawns coming in, Missouri State got a whole host of pickoffs. So despite losing, or despite getting more eliminations to the first half, it's going to be the point captured here by Missouri State off of, I mean, frankly, a fight that they shouldn't have won.
So many staggers came in on that fight, and they're continuing to. Boise State really just, I don't think, has taken the time that they need to get a solid regroup. Because of that, Missouri is just walking on them.
Yeah, I like this from Missouri State, though, to show that they don't have, you know, they haven't fallen prey to that. When you get full health like that, there can be an opportunity to sometimes give up too much in sort of that mental game, right? Being, you know, set back, but they're just keep going.
There's now caught a few players in the gravitic flux as well. That's going to send them down to low health. Goblin somehow still alive, ducking and dodging. Just enough to keep them up. Fat Whale now pushing forward aggressively with a Transcendence. The sights online as two for Flame Tank. Not going to be any surprises here for Missouri State in terms of what's exactly going to happen. But Goblin does take them down. Not that information nowhere to be found anymore. And we do see Missouri State give up a little bit of ground here as they attempt to regroup. I
think, unfortunately, a little bit of an overspend there. Especially not able to kill Goblin in the corner. And having to commit the Transcendence despite being relatively uncontested is a bit of an unfortunate situation for Missouri State. Now, all that progress that they gained ends up working against them. Is one of the hardest points to assail in the game if you're, you know, caught out. As you know, low ground to high ground with a lot of ranged options on the opposing side means that there's a lot of free damage to kind of come through. And on top of that, Boise State didn't actually spend that much in that fight, so they're gonna have 5 ultimates coming into this next one.
And they essentially buy themselves a free fight win as well with that pick onto Courage. A little too greedy there. And Plato honestly has been using these sights, using these sonic arrows to incredible advantage and effectiveness.
Well, slowed down once more. You got to think that this gravitic flux is going to find a ton of success because there's no Transcendence so long as the immortality field gets broken.
One player down from each side, but no front line for Missouri State means that it's going to be hard for them to push up and take any kind of significant ground, especially with Plato hitting the shots that they are hitting right now. They've been almost unstoppable here, save for just really the first half of the first point.
Yeah. That's a nice little 5 orb from Fat Whale, actually, on the turnaround.
Yeah.
See if it actually buys enough space for them. Keep in mind the Transcendence is still in tow for Boise State if things get a little too scary.
Ooh, and with Goblin striking back on a Fat Whale as well, all that advantage that Missouri had has evaporated.
Yeah, it's this has been sort of a picture-perfect, sort of a masterclass, if you will, in how to waste time, fight to fight. And again, that's going to be, it's just that's the correct way to kind of handle a Sigma who's walking in with a kinetic grasp in the mirror. So it's tough because Missouri State, I mean, you're expected now to, I think, dump a bunch of ultimates just to get out of spawn, and with the sights up, you're walking into the sight lines of a Widow. There's no shield. You're going to be taken out. You don't need to hit these headshots if you're, you know, just constantly putting spam down. And even with the infosight from Flame Tank, can't really challenge Goblin.
Goblin getting out there kind of for free is a big deal as well. That was a huge opportunity, I think, for Missouri State to gain some ground here, gain a little bit of traction. But now they're going to be staring down the barrel of this amplification matrix too to get out of spawn, forced off to the left as well, backing themselves into first point territory practically. But going to respond with a application matrix of their own. But when you're using it just to gain space and get out of spawn, that's not the value you necessarily want from this. Kudos to them, though. They are finding the kills that they need. Missouri State will at least be able to get onto cart and make a little bit of progress, try and regain a lot of the ground that they've lost.
Yeah, it cost them both support ultimates just get out of spawn, though. And I mean, how are you responding to what Boise State has when they walk back in? Again, Boise State will have high ground control just by the fact that the cart has to move so far. And with that, like, Gravitic Flux is not going to punch through Transcendence. You're going to need people to catch them when they're in the air, really.
Yeah. Yeah. That's very true. We're going to see dragons come out. There's going to be the Transcendence to keep everyone alive through the Gravitic Flux. Boise State picked up kind of where they left off 2 fights to go. 20 seconds left to go. Missouri State going to have to work overtime to even get to point.
And Kel still has the Gravitic Flux, and you don't have anything to deal with it. Just Immortality Field. So it's
yeah.
Boise State really have every opportunity they need to close this one out, I think. Keep in mind that all that fight progress that got the cart up to the height just equalized what Missouri State had already achieved beforehand. Yeah. So, and with that, even with Lyric being taken down, I mean, the Gravitic Flux just takes them away from the objective. They can't touch, and time will expire. And Boise State now, I mean, realistically, a very reasonable path to completing this this match.
It certainly is. And, you know, do want to give kudos to Missouri State, though, right? Because they played first point exceptionally well, right? Recognized some of the mistakes that Boise State was making, called them out on it, and got a lot of success because of that. Definitely dropped the ball on second point, though, and Boise State kind of reclaimed their vice-like grip that we've seen before on this map. So, yeah, comes down to how well can Missouri State hold off the aggression that's going to come out here from Boise.
Man, this first fight is so critical. If this first point goes away without any real contest, that's just it's basically going to be very, very difficult to return from that, right? So such a critical first point here for Missouri State. Now, if Missouri State get a first fight hold, if they're really able to stall up time, there's a world where they're able to win this map out, right? It's not unwinnable here, but it is dependent on this first fight simply because they cannot allow Boise State to snowball their resource potential. And with Boise State hovering over the dive, keep in mind they're going to be able to take so many more fights. And Missouri State don't have a lot of room for error. And it looks like they've gotten the. That's a good start.
Tremendous start from them. Loved watching Courage whip around with the Grecian. Sure, it didn't land necessarily, but everybody else was on the mark. They were ready to go. Goblin gonna fight off a little more than they could chew there. Eric also trying a little too hard. Plato does get a counter pick, though, onto Capso. And given that the spawn's advantage is going to be firmly in Boise State's favor, it's very likely going to have to back up here.
Now, unfortunately, they can't, though, right? They really don't have room on the map to back up. They can't give up a lot of progress. And with Goblin taking Flame Tank 50's head off, and now all of a sudden things have gone from bad to just straight up catastrophic.
OnStar falling as well means that the lion's share of the heals is gone, and honestly the fact that Boise State has taken their time getting these picks just means that they're going to get that much more card progress.
And realistically, you don't necessarily think that Missouri State gets a full-on contest here, I don't think. Especially with how much forward progress or how aggressively Kel is setting up here. Flame Tank has the high ground. They need to get a pick off here. This is a good Sonic arrow.
Yeah, it is going to be Kel pushed back at least momentarily. They get a lot of shields out of that, though, so they're going to be able to hold on pretty successfully, pretty aggressively. They're trying to get a little damage to the side. Kel going down is big. Flame Tank finds Goblin shortly thereafter. No shields to keep those bullets at bay. So 2 minutes left on the clock here for Boise.
Yeah, that's really, really good for them. Very reasonable fight here. And an opportunity, actually, for Missouri State. Keep in mind, that was a neutral fight win. They didn't commit many resources. Courage needs to stay alive. Ooh. No.
Easier said than done. They tried to turn around, hide that head hitbox, but Goblin still able to find it, and more with Flame Tank going down. Minute 40 left on the clock. Amplification Matrix to try and stall things out, but everybody has to continue backing up. Cal doing a lot of damage as well, leading Boise State into this first point capture. Fat Whale at the last moment, they're going to go ahead and use Transcendence to keep them alive. Dragon Strike, though, immediately afterwards. Gonna find camp, but Flame Tank strikes back once again. I've got a Gravitic Flux this time coming out from Missouri State. Lyric once again with the Transcendence used to keep their team alive. Minute left on the clock. Definitely not clear who's going to take this one. In the end, Missouri, though, finds what they need, and they have pushed Boise State to last fight territory.
I mean, that was a couple of hero pickups by Flame Tank 550 at range. Right, the having that Widow come through clutch takes away the DPS from Boise State. They're not able to follow through on the Gravitic Flux. That's two players that realistically should have died. There was no Transcendence. There was no Immortality Field. The Immortality Field was delayed. They still stayed alive, and the spawns came back in. So Boise State now, the last 30 seconds, perhaps appearing a little too casual, have now forced themselves into final fight with nothing at hand.
Having a hard time getting onto point as well. Missouri State definitely making them work for every inch that they're trying to gain right here. Cap, though, forced out. That's going to be Goblin taking down Flame Tank, who was the hero in that last fight. So things have opened up in a big way for Boise State. Plato finding Cap as well. Pretty big deal. Point will be capped by Boise here, but Missouri State has done a phenomenal job burning time off of the clock. Remains to be seen whether or not it's going to be enough, and I love that stagger as well from Fat Whale.
Ooh, that is an unfortunate one. Maybe there's an expectation to change compositions here from Missouri State.
Yeah,
Transcendence may come back to haunt them. There is a real chance for them to win this map out, though. This is not lost. All that stall on that first point means that this is now definitely winnable for Missouri State. They just need to, isolate. They need to get into actual fights. They can't keep getting staggered out. Flame Tank wisely not taking this fight with the Infrasight at hand for Goblin.
Gonna be Goblin taking a much more aggressive stance, though, and because of that, they're able to get a peek onto Flame Tank. And now, Missouri State looking a little rough at the moment. 3 players, they need to make sure they stay alive through this. Otherwise, Boise State is going to be able to easily win this next fight. But somebody also gonna have to touch here very, very soon. This cart is almost to the point of victory. Flame Tank does get a pick onto Goblin, but they're going to have to push up very, very aggressively. Just a couple of minutes left to go. Nobody touches. And Boise State takes the win, 3-0.
Contest a little too late. And Boise State, I mean, they were the dominant team all the way through the series. They take the victory here in the third map. Still, Missouri State, a closer look here on Circuit Royale, but nonetheless, that 3-0 is inevitable for Boise State. They'll complete their run through of this particular match, stay flawless on the season as they look to make their way back into the championship berth that they took last season. A lot left of the season left to play, but early start looking good for Boise State.
It certainly is. But, one thing, LaFon, I think we saw a couple of cracks in the armor there, courtesy of Missouri State. So, absolutely, Boise State looked good. They looked up and they were the better team here today for sure. But maybe a little bit of trouble with this poke composition. Remains to be seen, though, and I'm sure Boise State, well aware of this, going to be looking to shore up that potential weakness in the future. But don't go anywhere. We've got more Overwatch coming your way shortly after this break.
Welcome back to the finale of the action here today. Game number 4 up next. Myself, LaFon, alongside me, Juggler God, for the closeout as we get set for. I mean, week number 3 has been a tremendous showcase, I think, of kind of a stabilization and identity as we get set for this patch, Juggler God. But overall, has been a very interesting games today.
It has, and I think one of the, to me, the overall take home from this patch is honestly not a lot has changed. Maybe we're seeing Ryan in a little bit stronger position, but certainly Ramatra is still very strong, and the maps where kind of historically we've always seen Sigma, we're continuing to see Sigma-based compositions. And of course, Sojourn's still around a lot. There's a couple of things that I think have been different. You know, we're seeing a little bit more Baptiste, of course, because we're seeing more Reinhardt, but yeah, not necessarily a whole lot has changed. Maybe things are a little bit more even between certain compositions, but yeah, for the most part, things look similar.
Well, with that said, it's the College of New Jersey taking on Louisiana State University here in game number 4. As we get set to close out week number 3 here in the NACE Star League for Overwatch 2. I think storylines have already started to develop a little bit in terms of what our expectations are, our big speakers and so forth. But between these two teams, I mean, not a lot of game footage on them, so not a lot of expectations yet, but definitely a chance to make a case for themselves here on broadcast.
It certainly is, and I believe this is also the first time we have seen the Open Premier division here. So, excited to get a look here as well tonight. Now, both of these squads, I think, are really looking at. Well, actually, no. Let's talk about Louisiana State first. Louisiana State, very much a fan of these Wrecking Ball and Rush compositions. Very aggressive play style. Of course, both of these compositions very aggressive by nature, but even on top of that, I think we're going to look at a lot of aggression. That's going to be going up against the College of New Jersey, which is similarly aggressive, similarly explosive, and to very few people's surprise, starting things out on Lijiang Tower once again.
Definitely a map to go to.
It's certainly one of the maps in Overwatch.
Yeah, it's been I think, you know, we've talked about kind of stylistically what we've sort of seen, teams what they've liked to run. I will also highlight that even though teams say they like certain things, their execution of them has not perhaps been as convincing as their performance in other compositions, lower risk compositions, right? The dive, one thing about it is, especially for the support line, a lot of the times, you know, they're engaging and just leaving them out to dry. So even with that read that they're very aggressive, the question is, can they keep their backline in check? And if so, you know, that has led to success, but remains to be seen if that comes in here again for either Louisiana or College of New Jersey. So yeah, it's still a very interesting dynamic between you know, teams claiming to like certain compositions and then sort of their execution on it once we get into the server.
I think there's a lot to be said too for, you know, liking these compositions and executing them, you know, in tournament play versus in scrims, right, or in ranked or wherever they else might be playing, because some of these compositions, and I'm, you know, immediately thinking of the Wrecking Ball composition. If you're not running it well, then it tends to fall apart at the seams, right? But if it is run well, it's almost like there's no in between with some of these compositions, right? It's either crash and burn or you make the other team do that. So I think that comes into play here as well, right? Yeah, maybe just going up against teams who know how to play against some of these compositions.
I mean, a lot of these comps, the reason why they're so, you know, feast or famine ends up being because, you know, if you're not getting value, your resources don't generate, so you're not able to kind of convert that into next fight wins. If you're going back and forth, you're overspending, right? So that plays part of it. We'll again see these are sort of guesses as to what their compositions are going to run based on the communications from the team, but no promises that's what we're going to load into the server once they meet, you know, sort of their opposition. And yeah, I think, you know, we kind of rag on Lijiang Tower being selected so frequently, but truthfully, it is a great, you know, testing ground for teams, both for us in terms of, you know, the broadcast, seeing how on a very stable map what works, what doesn't. We're immediately able to draw conclusions as to, you know, what the rest of the series looks like. However, and a lot of that comes back to the fact that everyone plays Lijiang Tower, right? It tends to be the first of any scrim block. It tends to be the first map. as I can kind of attest from experience. And you know, Kings Row is a similar kind of setup, right? Everyone plays on that, so there's no surprises when you get into server. So you just let your play do the talking. And yeah, as we get into map number 1 here in a moment, I mean, that's really what I'm looking for. Who is going to affect the most, you know, input on the entirety of the server, and I think that really tells the tale of the rest of the series.
I think it really will. And you know, if we're talking about you know, again, Lijiang's Tower and Kings Row, which of course we are, the College of New Jersey, they cite that some of their favorite maps, right? In particular, they really like Hoth. So I think we're going to learn a lot about, you know, by how this map goes, right? If College of New Jersey comes out, they show the kind of dominance on Lijiang Tower that maybe they're expecting to have here, then that's absolutely, I think, going to work well in their favor. But again, considering the fact that they really prefer these Koth maps, they prefer a very aggressive, very explosive kind of style. If they don't take this map win, well, that could again signal more trouble potentially to come, as this kind of map really plays into that play style.
Indeed. Let's get a chance to appreciate the beauty of this map.
Really like this
wait
map.
for the game to start. Yeah,
it is a pretty map. It's still one of my favorites, as much as we rag on it here. I love Lijiang Tower. And first looks now at what these players, what these teams are thinking. LSU starting out with a wrecking ball composition, no surprise there. Very aggressive, very greedy backline, I feel like, coming out from them to start.
Annihilation. Oh, sorry, Ramatra. Ooh, nice boop.
Yeah, things starting out very well for LSU, but Ehud bites off a little more than they could chew. Might not matter. They created the space. They got the advantage that LSU needed to really put the finishing touches on this fight. Rest comes in as well from Fuji, so kind of no harm done.
Actually, College of New Jersey is going to make some switches to try and play around another wrecking ball composition of their own. So they're going to match that tank line. The way they're going to approach the actual combat is a little bit different, right? It's going to be trying to sleep the wrecking ball as they approach, while they send everyone else into the back line. This opens up Durat for a lot of damage in the aerial space, right? The soldier's not as good of a shutdown against this Pharah as you may think, especially with a Mercy on the back line there.
Ooh. Ehud barely keeps their footing right there, booped off the point, but the slam, the pile driver, able to keep them on point. I'm trying to trace down Lucio pretty aggressively, unable to do just that. It's going to be a flurry of kills coming in, though. College of New Jersey come out ahead this time around. I just need to pick off these last few players as they get control of the point.
One thing to highlight there, the Pharah gets slept by the Ana. So that's one way to get rid of the Pharah in the air. I think they may have actually tried to use the barrage, and the sleep comes in right at that moment. That might have been what went down. A stationary target, not one that's difficult to hit. But credit to Domination for taking attention for so many people and getting that many eliminations by themselves.
Wow.
A boosted Pharah. It's really tough to... I mean, you can't really dodge that at all.
Well, it's a dangerous place for everyone to be with a wrecking ball. Ehud having a field day at the moment. Gonna go down very low. Drops the minefield on point. LSU continues keep a hold of this objective and this match.
Oh, that's tough for College of New Jersey that they don't get Ana out. Lucky Dragon's doing a great job of, I think, just being a irritating presence all over the map, right? If it's not the wrecking ball, it's the tracer. If it's not the tracer, it's a boosted fire rocket from afar. So just a lot of random spam coming in, and you have to constantly have your head on a swivel, and that's so difficult in a situation like that. I mean, look at this. The Ana's completely out of the fight right now.
Gonna be a nice minefield coming in from Domination. Kitsune rush on point too. Opening things wide for the College of New Jersey is gonna be pick onto Ehud. So big presence now gone for LSU. The res comes in though. That's absolutely massive for them. If nothing else, this will at least push them to 99%. Fuji barely makes it out with their life. Domination just not quite able to secure that kill. 97% and counting. Somebody here from the College of New Jersey going to have to touch. Nice move there from Ehud. Do we eventually get somebody on a point? But they're gonna have to do more than that to come away with the fight win here. The barrage comes in from Dara, eventually able to take Greg out of the fight. Sound barrier on point as well for LSU, and that should be enough to give them this first sub map.
Yeah, the critical thing there is that the Wrecking Ball comes in for a disruption at key times, right? Tactical Advisor, the only thing left in play for the College of New Jersey, and who's running through? But Ehud with the fireball knocks them off the map, and that's one ultimate gone. The Pharah is able to reign free in the sky, and you know it's just an unfortunate situation here for the College of New Jersey. So LSU, I mean, it's a good setup with the Wrecking Ball. Understand how to play it. It's not really a dive. Keep that in mind. It's really just a lot of players existing in separate instances of the map and coalescing to destroy, disrupt any individual who overstays their welcome for too long. And yeah, LSU, well-deserved first round.
It certainly was. Liked what I saw from both squads. And interestingly, too, this is the first time, at least this week, that we've seen both teams opt for the Wrecking Ball and to find a lot of success on it as well. Most teams so far have opted to swap something different. Domination, though, taking a page out of that book. And LSU, again, what you want to do with these Wrecking Ball compositions is surround. And that's exactly what we're doing. We saw Ehud and Lucky Dragon on the flank. Now they're causing a lot of pressure over here on the Mega. Lucky Dragon goes down low. Recall is forced out. There gets a nice pick onto Greg, but they don't have a tank left. Gonna try and capture point before anybody else has a chance to touch. Domination gets the pick on a Lucky Dragon. So College of New Jersey, despite not getting point captured first, they're in a great position here to take this fight and to take this point under their control. One player now contesting.
There's a lot of pressure being put onto the Pharah here. So much anti-air utility for the College of New Jersey this composition.
Yeah, there really is. So Darren definitely going low, having a harder time getting in. Greg going to put the finishing touches on them as well. Lerms will be taken out as well. Greg continuing their reign of terror from the College of New Jersey. They are able to flip the point. So LSU, once again, just needs to get out or die.
Looks like a die. It ends up being the actual option that they take.
Sometimes it's the best option.
That Wrecking Ball is not going to be staying alive. Yeah, I mean, think of it this way. The Pharah has to play around cover so dramatically, because if they appear for a moment, right, the Diva denies you a lot of damage, the Cassidy obviously, and then the range poke of both the Ana and the Baptiste is not to be ignored.
Ooh, nice finish there from Domination to take out Base Rhythm. Point gonna flip back over though, so heads up to LSU for being able to do that. Now Minefiend's gonna prevent College of New Jersey from coming in. They go ahead and use the Immortality Field. It got an Amplification Matrix on point too, but still a lot of mines in the way. That's gonna be Gallium going down very, very low. Somehow still alive, at least for the moment. In fact, healed back up. LSU just wasn't able to chase them down. Derek gets frustrated and says, you know what, we're gonna use a barrage to finish this off. In the meantime though, once again, LSU takes the point and eventually the fight.
College of New Jersey needs to stop letting the point flip over for free. That, realistically, the only reason they win that fight is because with the point being flipped over, LSU's okay using the minefield at the choke point, and it means that College of New Jersey can't recontest and take a fight in close where the Pharah becomes less effective, right? So in essence, they give power over to their opposition, and so they cannot keep allowing that to happen.
Oh, Ehud gets a little greedy though. Going to be taken out. But he comes in for the res with the Valkyrie, able to pull it off in front of the College of New Jersey. What was an opportunity for them to get something done has withered away and disappeared at this point. Domination does have the self-destruct to get out of jail free card though, so they should have a lot of uptime here on point. They can just stay alive long enough for the rest of the team to get kills. They can find something big. It's a great way to start it out with Lucky Dragon going down, especially considering they had the pulse bomb. Lerms now with a Deadeye finds Base Rhythm as well. College of New Jersey starting to slowly pick apart the team, but a nice boop takes Pocket off of the map. So they're going to have to hurry up and get these kills in because they don't have the sustain. They don't have the healing that they once had.
That's going to be coming through. Lucky Dragon's not escaping Greg's wrath. Now, College of New Jersey, realistically, 2 fights is what they have to win here, right? In a row, and they do have tools for it, right? I mean, detonation abilities with the pulse bomb, with the self-destruct. It's gonna really come down to not giving the point away. They need to contest this objective. They cannot allow the minefield to get value once more.
Oh, they're gonna lay it down right in this patio right here. A lot of damage going in. Lucky Dragon eventually able to find a pick. That's gonna open things wide for them. 2 players down for the College of New Jersey. As long as LSU plays their cards right, they will come away with a fight win here. No more alarms. So that means that Darrett is going to be free. Do a lot more work as well. Domination does get the remix, so they're at least going to be able to stall out point for a little bit longer. Trying to put a lot of pressure into that Faro, but they're able to kite away. Once again, going to be demected, and this time taken care of very quickly. Greg takes a nano. They're going to have to touch point. The last moment, there's a barrage coming in, and even the nano not going to be enough to sustain. With that, LSU takes Lijiang Tower.
Really, really well played by LSU, recognizing they were given the point for free every fight and take full advantage of it, right? I mean, even being allowed to get to the point completely uncontested means that even if the minefield isn't played on the objective itself specifically, in the vicinity of the choke points as you're trying to walk through, it's just as deadly, right? The lethality is so very high, and I mean, realistically, you should not be allowed to get that much free space. So, College of New Jersey, I mean, clearly mechanically on par. Greg was so tremendous on that tracer, but their macro needs to be a little bit tighter. They need to have a little bit more cohesion to deny, the approach. And sure, maybe it's easier said than done, but there's ways of slowing down a team as they're trying to make that approach, even if it's a wrecking ball as fast as a wrecking ball can be.
And, this also, I think it makes me a little bit worried moving forward here for the College of New Jersey because at least from what I know about the team, right, I felt like this was going to be one of their best opportunities in the series, right? And the fact that, or rather, where their strengths as a team were going to be able to be showcased to the highest degree. And so the fact that they weren't able to come away with a win here makes me worried for them moving forward. And I think it speaks to just how strong LSU is as a team. So can they continue this kind of success as we move into a hybrid? Only time will tell.
And it is now obviously the College of New Jersey's map pick, so at least they get to go where they feel they're the strongest, and perhaps they can get to a place where they can force the wrecking ball composition to maybe take a step back. Perhaps not, as it's going to be King's Row, and if you feel you're comfortable on the wrecking ball, you can find a lot of value here on this map. And even still, we don't know that necessarily that Louisiana State University is unable to flex away, right? We don't know that it's entirely possible they're capable of playing, a strong rush or a strong brawl composition if required. And so realistically, I think this is a must win for College of New Jersey, not just because it's their map pick, but because it can play so differently to control that if you lose out here as well, then not only are you down 2-0, you're down 2-0 on map types that play very, very differently. And that, I think, is a bigger deal.
That's a really good point to highlight as well. I want to take it back a moment as well, though, to just the idea really of playing wrecking ball here on King's Row. And I think one of the strongest points for him on King's Row is going to be that first point, right? Because again, wrecking ball composition, you want to surround your opponent when you want to take as many angles as you possibly can. And whether or not you're on the attack or defense, if you can get control over that high ground, you can do exactly that. You can kind of poke and prod at the team that you're going up against from every single side. So if LSU opts to go with a wrecking ball composition here, either on attack or defense, I'm going to be curious to see how how the College of New Jersey tries to adapt to that.
Yeah, indeed. And that's the name of the game here for College of New Jersey. This is now about them. The impetus is on them to react to what their opponent is bringing because of how map 1 played out. So, very much every advantage in Louisiana State University's hands. And, if we had gone to a map that's perhaps not nearly as picked as frequently as King's Row, then maybe you can highlight things like, map strengths or a composition you're not expecting, stuff like that. With King's Row, that's not really the case. Realistically, both these teams should be at their best on this map because of how common it is. And I think that's it removes that narrative point from College of New Jersey's hands at this stage.
Don't
New Jersey actually going for the Ramatra here on defense, and I like this. I like this look. Greg's still going to be on the Tracer, and they showed such prowess on that hero on Ling Jung Tower. I'm happy to see them sticking with it here as well.
Wait till you see me on my bike. Wait till you see me on my bike.
Interesting that College of New Jersey's on defense, actually.
Yeah.
LSU, obviously, side selection is theirs. So they'd like to go to the offense. Perhaps feeling they have just a better tempo setup to kind of put pressure on their opponent. Man, it's gonna be tough for it's gonna be tough for domination if this wall comes through, right? To block him off. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, that's 2 players actually caught by it. Domination actually tries to push forward instead of backing up, which looks like it was the play there. 1 tick, though, already over in favor of LSU. Greg tries to stall things out, but just unable to. And College of New Jersey just going to back up a little bit, try and hold them a little further down the road.
Greg going over to the Sojourn now, too. Perhaps wanting a little bit more poke damage. I like the idea there. Put a wall up behind someone to stop, to get the charge to pin against it, but it's a tad too late.
Just gonna block up with a lot of damage there. And crucially, I think give LSU time to kind of take a forward position here as that cart gets around the corner. That cart just takes forever to move here on King's Row, at least initially. Ehud with a big fire strike. That's going to be another wall, keeping domination away from the rest of their team. And Nemesis form backing out, trying to hold their shields as hard as they can. Greg takes a little bit of an off angle, but is forced out once again, but only for a moment as they go back in to see if they can find an equalizing pick. But not going to be the case. In fact, domination going down very low once again, trying to back out. Charge doesn't hit, and so because of that, domination going to let loose with the annihilation. Has caught off several members of LSU, and that almost on its own gives them this fight win.
The fact that pin misses, yeah, allows that tempo play to come through, right? I mean, that was so close to that was so close to LSU turning in their favor. If that pin had stuck on the Nemesis form, then we're talking about a very different fight here. But instead, they bounce off, and so LSU have to go back to the drawing board. Still, I mean, this next fight is still very much in LSU's favor until the overclock comes in.
Yeah, the shatter does land, but it's all going to be for naught as just a tremendous amount of damage comes in, and Greg lights up LSU.
Yep, Greg. I mean, Greg has been a standout performer for the College of New Jersey, no doubt about it. Realistically, though, this is not an easy fight to win. Double support ultimate, Dragon Strike for zoning. You have to dodge the Blizzard. That is a critical thing. You don't have a lot of mobility options. College of New Jersey have their work cut out for them, no question.
Grab the shot, at least keeping LSU at bay for the moment. Dragon now pushing out pretty aggressively. That's going to be a nice shot from the overclock to really open things up here for LSU. Sound barrier is out, but the amount of damage that is coming through, it's just far too much for LSU to be able to handle. But they do come back with a couple of picks here, so it certainly isn't over yet. And in fact, LSU reclaims the cart.
And critically, that was expensive for College of New Jersey. They invested in that fight. Right, but Blizzard came through, and I think immediately the sound barrier was committed. They also denied the Blizzard or the Dragon Strike by eliminating Lerms right as they were activating it. LSU, I mean, here you have to kind of burst down the tank right before this fight starts. Annihilation is going to be up here for domination momentarily. Goodbye, Ant Matrix. That is a selfish ult that is going to be denied in its entirety.
Lucky Dragon does have the high ground, or at least did for a moment, but now with the Annihilation on board, things are looking pretty rough. Excellent job, though, kiting things back. Almost takes away its value completely, but College of New Jersey still able to get the picks that they need. Of course, Pocket going down. Definitely going to make things harder here, and in fact, LSU has decided they're going to try and push in on that pick.
They don't want to lose too much map control, right? You see, they're still hovering around this. They can't actually push the fight because they're missing sort of their main damage throughput. But just hovering around the area, making College of New Jersey have to think about where they're positioning. Big rotation coming in. You're looking to try and force the Suzu here, and then use a rampage once you get someone off the high ground. That's a really good knife.
Wow.
That is
absolutely spectacular knife.
Rampage whiffs everyone, though.
Yeah, Rampage unfortunately doesn't land like they wanted. And because of that, honestly, the College of New Jersey able to come back in this and turn this fight around completely on its head.
That's an unfortunate setup. It was a nice opening play, but everything after that was all College of New Jersey, and LSU wholesale changes once more as they go to well, the look of meta's past. This is the Overwatch 2 beta meta.
Right? Yeah.
You think with the Junker Queen alongside the Sojourn?
I suppose the one saving grace here for LSU is if this fight goes long enough, they are going to have the sound barrier online, but Lerms with the Dragon Strike could put a close to things, especially considering Pocket also is going to have the Kitsune Rush online here momentarily. Here comes the Nemesis form from Domination. Dragon Strike goes through. It's going to split the team up fairly effectively. Darren taking a lot of damage. That barrier does come in, though, from both squads. Kitsune Rush now expiring. Base Rhythm goes down very quickly. College of New Jersey with a beautiful hold here. Lucky Dragon trying to stay alive, seeing if they can turn things around, but it won't be able to in the end.
That later sound barrier got so much value for the College of New Jersey. And I mean, now it's going to be final fight with last 35 seconds, and Domination has the Annihilation, aggressive setup. You know, LSU, you have to think this is going to really be a struggle for them. I don't see any way that they actually close this one out unless they can just burst through Domination on that tank, right? This is a tough place to be if you're LSU.
Yeah, even if you get the Kitsune online, it's still going to take a little bit of time. And yes, that's going to help LSU charge some of these ultimates. But again, you've got the Annihilation to worry about. You have to be able to sustain through that, which has been launched immediately. College of New Jersey wasting no time getting a pair of picks. That's going to be Greg with the overclock as well, making sure College of New Jersey takes this fight and stops the cart in the streets of Kings Row.
What a start from LSU that is absolutely stymied by College of New Jersey. I mean, think of the time bank that the second point had, that LSU had to work with. Louisiana State University just not able to confirm or convert. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that that fight that LSU overspent in, right? That first, after the first archway, the changes that were made did not really solve what the defense had set up, right? The Annihilation kept getting value, and they were constantly able to, the defense were constantly able to rotate their resources to prevent LSU from getting value with a sound barrier, getting value with a Kitsune Rush. And LSU were willing to trade blow for blow rather than reset fully and take a full fight. So College of New Jersey well on their way to perhaps evening the series up, and certainly a very doable situation for them.
It absolutely is, especially because I think Greg really, continues to be a strong presence, right? Greg was a pretty big presence on Lijiang Tower, but now that the rest of the team has kind of found their footing, it's making them that much more deadly and honestly that much more essential, I believe, for LSU to try and shut them down. Does this composition necessarily do that? I'm not sure, but it's definitely showing a lot of strength here for the College of New Jersey.
Well then, that's what it comes down to. This first fight is going to be tremendous here for sort of the tempo of the game.
Rom v Rom, which honestly has been looking better and better on Kings Row in recent history. Lerms already with an off angle here. Going to be in nice use of the ability from Domination to kind of keep LSU at bay, give them a little bit more presence. Purchase on the point. No picks coming in though yet for the College of New Jersey, and that's what they desperately need here. They can take as much space as they want, but if they can't convert, that's not really going to matter. Domination going very, very low, as is Ehud. Lerm's going to be the first to fall though. Nice headshot coming out from Darrett. That log lands, and just like they wanted it to. So College of New Jersey backs off, respects the pick.
A lot. I mean, this has been a nice edge of a skirmish. No one really fully able to commit yet. That one is going to slow things down pretty good. So, Darrett.
Yeah. And that was the same pick that we saw before as well, right? Lerm's getting taken out of the fight. Gallium this time going to be picked as well. So slowing things down even more will be LSU.
Indeed. Ooh, Greg needs to be very careful there. Still, we'll get healed up, so they're all good. I mean, the thing about this with these slow sort of styles is that this fight with ultimates is going to be explosive. It's going to be basically mirrored out.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fast rotation through the hotel from the College of New Jersey. Domination gets a pick early on. Darrett, that was their main threat. That has been what has been holding LSU together on this point. We're going to get the sound barrier and the Kitsune rush coming out now from LSU to try and turn this around. Ehud does come away with a pick, so that's a good start to it. And now Ehud with the annihilation as well, but it's not going to be enough. They're actually able to burst through it. The sound barrier onto New Jersey takes the first point.
Yeah, now, I mean, I don't know that there was enough time if you're LSU, right, to stall off that point. That the fact of the matter is, College of New Jersey has just been getting more value out of their Nemesis form. Too often, LSU, you see them pop the Nemesis form and they're hunting for someone to punch, and there's just no one there. So, meanwhile, Domination has been getting just more value. Now also has the Annihilation at the ready, and coupled with that, a Dragon Strike if required beyond that. So, Lucky Dragons just simply has to come up big, and I mean, 3:45. There's a lot of time on the clock, and College of New Jersey has turned this series on ahead. Very real opportunity for them to try and even up this series.
It certainly is, especially if you're able to get this annihilation online, throw the Dragon Strike into the back of the team just like that. College of New Jersey makes quick work of this fight and will be positioning themselves most likely in one fight territory.
Yeah, indeed. And they didn't even have to use the Annihilation either, right? That was just a really well-placed Dragon Strike into the Nemesis form. College of New Jersey has made so much more progress earned off that cooldown. And now, I mean, is there anyone who even touches, right? There are players still in spawn as the objective rolls through to this golden box of victory. Someone needs to touch, and I mean, there's barely anyone here.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really tough. Darrett is actually getting pushed back completely in the Annihilation. Beautifully timed to keep everybody off guard. One player remaining. That's just going to be Ehud. They're not going to be long for this world. College of New Jersey evens the series at 1 apiece.
LSU walked into Kings Row with a swagger, and they leave this map down, or losing it rather, as we're even 1 apiece in this series, tied up. And what was a dominant map 1 is turned on ahead as we head into the break. Make no mistake about it, someone is not confirmed to win a series when we return the conclusion of this series. We have bamboozled you. When the timer hits 0, there's 3 further seconds. Gotta keep you on your toes.
Yeah,
Speaking of being kept on the toes,
exactly.
there are it's a 1-1 scoreline here after 2, so very much an even game. And College of New Jersey, I think, surprised LSU with their defense on that second phase of Kings Row, really surprising them with the aggression they showed, their understanding of economy and their macro gameplay. So tremendous stuff here as we get into Escort proper, and Circuit Royale will come through.
Indeed, and well, this is interesting to see this map coming to prominence a lot here in week 3. Last week, at least on broadcast, we saw a lot of different maps picked when we got to Escort. So I'm curious, I wonder if this is just a kind of a recognition of how the metas are working out, things like that, and is just becoming a stronger map pick for people in general, or frankly, what the reason is that we're seeing it so much this week. But here we are, an opportunity to see potentially and likely a new look from both of these teams.
Indeed. Well, at least from LSU has been willing to change compositions, right? They obviously went from the Wrecking Ball to sort of a brawl set up on Kings Row. Now they look to maybe be opening up on a Sigma composition. College of New Jersey, though, no, not so much. While they did have sort of a dive-esque look in map 1, really they've kind of run this Ramatra ever since. And I mean, why not? Domination has really, I think, performed excellently on it and has sort of set the pace of the game by it. So if they can continue to keep their snipers alive, their range poke alive here against the Widow, the Ramatra in close could absolutely find success here.
That's true. And, at some point, LSU is going to have to close the distance, right? They're going to be strong here moving up to this first corner. But New Jersey is content to let them have that, right? Because the closer they get to this Ramatra, the more danger they're going to be in and the less advantage they're going to have in the upcoming fight. So Ehud going to really have to be on their game as far as how they're going to try and blur all this out against Domination. Damage coming in there. Domination now with the Discord on top of them, gonna try and back up quite a bit. Creation doesn't land, I don't think, where they were hoping it would. That being Ehud. Widow now on the high ground. Lerm's very cognizant of the fact that they are going to have to outduel these Widows. Of course, Greg on the Sojourn going to give them a lot of help as well. But it's going to be Fuji who strikes first. College of New Jersey down their big source of heals. So that means Domination is going to be able to take quite the forward position that they once were. Still a little bit of heals coming in, just enough. And in fact, with a pick onto Darrett, College of New Jersey seems to have stabilized here for the moment, Lafon.
I mean, the fact that College of New Jersey is allowed to escape with their Nemesis on cooldown every time is tremendous. LSU are losing their window of opportunity. They're just allowing this to reset. And, I mean, with Onion King being taken out, the healing's just gone here for LSU.
It certainly is. There is going to be Transcendence used by both squads. Onion King still coming back here for LSU, but once they do, they're going to have Samplification Matrix online, but Lucky Dragon falling and lock out from Greg. LSU finds their way back to spawn.
It almost feels like LSU is thinking that their win condition for this fight is just a little bit earlier than it actually is, right? They're trying to push through the tail end of Nemesis to punish them as the cooldown comes through, but they're timing just a little too quickly. So instead, Domination's allowed to retreat behind a corner and get value by that cooldown returning. So it's a tough setup. Of course, on top of that, now both Transcendences were used, but you have to think that favors the defense just ever so slightly with Annihilation at the ready.
Gonna be a nice Dragon Strike coming through from Darrett. LSU follows it up beautifully. Amplification Matrix not gonna be enough for the College of New Jersey to hold on here to first point.
I mean, credit to Ehud for just, I suppose, bypassing the entirety of the opponent, just brute forcing that gravitic flux. In fact, even catching Greg on the way up, the initial, 50 damage, eliminating them. So progress being earned by LSU.
Ooh, that's going to be another Dragon, this time from Lerms, finding the value Domination. Doesn't even need to use the Annihilation here. It's going to be a quick fight win. Only one ult expended for them to regain control of the cart.
Yeah, LSU trying to play up aggressively with their composition, but unfortunately get themselves caught in a box with the Dragon Strike force behind them. So it's either into death against the Nemesis or into the Dragon Strikes. No win situation. Now College of New Jersey set up very close, trying to use this, trying to use the ultimate of the Ramatra.
It's going to be an application matrix from Onion King, but they're forced to use the immortality field. It's not going to be enough to keep them alive as Domination recognizes it is gone. Let's loose with the Annihilation. Be one counter pick there. Make it two, actually, as Fuji finds someone. This isn't over yet. In fact, LSU comes away with a fight win. Domination may have gotten a little too aggressive there.
I think Ehud was ignored in that fight. Hides behind his shield, so the Annihilation doesn't actually damage that much. At least I assume that's what happened, and the outcome is that shooting at their backline is the Sigma uncontested. So LSU weirdly get a lot of value of that. Now, I mean, the Gravitic Flux actually has a wide opening here.
Yeah, there's not going to be anything to try and keep it at bay. Had a little tough time landing the shots, though, that they needed to. So overall, the Gravitic Flux doesn't get the value it does, but wanted. Lucky Dragon picking up the slack. They were able to find a pair of kills. Under New Jersey trying to stall things out here, but with a little less than 2 minutes on the clock, LSU is going to be able to keep pushing.
Gotta face forward here. Respawns are coming back in for College of New Jersey. They'll catch Evan going the wrong way.
They get the last minute contest. They do not. Probably didn't want to either, with Evan still coming back from spawn.
Yeah. Ultimately speaking, LSU and College of New Jersey have now both made pretty hefty swaps. Ehud off the Sigma, now playing a Brawl Rhine. And Lucky Dragons also has been on the Tracer for some time. College of New Jersey, of course, Greg now going over the Tracer to match.
I mean, Kitsune rush to get a lot of tempo here too. College of New Jersey. Dragon Strike goes through the back, finds Pocket. These have been sneaky coming out from Darrett. I've really enjoyed watching them so far, and they've gotten a lot of good value as well. Domination just trying to get in as much damage as they can before they fall, getting themselves very close once again to that Annihilation.
Evan, I mean, I guess why it's one for their trouble, but realistically doesn't change much in the grand scheme of this game. Still, College of New Jersey should have an opportunity to win this fight out pretty handily. I think the Annihilation, pardon me, coupled with the sound barrier, should be enough to sustain through this Earth Shatter.
Ehud has to back off very quickly. It's going to be Domination just chases straight into the back line. They have their sights set on Fuji, and they're not going to take no for an answer. Thunder King falling as well. College of New Jersey win this fight dry, I believe.
Yeah, they used nothing there. I mean, Domination was on a mission. There was there was a Zenyatta standing in the open, and they were dead. It's just the game feed just needed to catch up to it.
Exactly. And now College of New Jersey, because of that very economical fight, they're coming into this in a great position. Shatter lands, though. There's going to be a big heads-up sound barrier coming out from Evan, and now the Annihilation can push forward practically with impunity, but that shield blocking a lot of the damage coming in, only for so long, though. Domination does go down, though, and a little aggressive with these, and so LSU able to strike back and come away with a fight win and continue to push this cart.
I think it's just the Reaper left, kind of heading back to the hills. Yeah, just retreating for the moment. There's not a lot of ground being gained, though. The only thing is that College of New Jersey invested heavily in that fight. So, I mean, as they reapproach, perhaps this Ant Matrix is enough to turn things in LSU's favor. At first burst goes awry, and so they wait for the Nemesis to expire before LSU engages.
Now, Death Blossom on line here for Lerms. We got the Kitsune Rush coming out, but Evan's going to fall very, very early. Shatter again from Ehud. That's going to leave LSU free to mop up what is left of the College of New Jersey. Greg holding on, doing a pretty good job of stalling things out, but they've only got one blink left. Fortunately for them, they can still recall. Pulse Bomb goes out. Going to be a whiff this time from Lucky Dragon, but nobody's even close to touching. Derek could just use this Deadeye to zone everybody off of point. Pick off anybody else who manages to send their beautiful charge from Ehud as well to make sure that Death Blossom doesn't get value. And with that, LSU finishes with a little bit of time on the clock.
Oh, it's unfortunate that the combo of the Death Blossom and the Kitsune Rush were not able to be combined, and then flying in from stage right.
Right?
The Reinhardt absolutely rolls the Death Blossom at the end there. That's all 3 points earned by LSU as they look to head to the defense now. And I mean, credit to College of New Jersey, though. That second phase was a really large part of the first and second phases were slowed down. They were gummed up pretty heavily by the Ramatra. And now with the opportunity to be on the offense and sort of set the aggression, truly there's a chance for College of New Jersey to catch LSU off guard and I think force this one towards the very end. It's certainly not unwinnable here for College of New Jersey. It does not feel inevitable that LSU are going to take this one away.
It doesn't. That's certainly true. But I think there's a couple of things that the College of New Jersey might need to change if they're going to, put their best forward and have their best shot at this. And one of the big ones, honestly, is I think Domination needs to be maybe just a little bit more conservative on when they push forward with their Annihilation, because honestly, more times than not, I feel like it's shooting their team in the foot.
I think, man, this is looking at this composition that LSU are running. LSU have to be like on point, right?
Yeah.
If they allow College of New Jersey to close the gap at all, they're going to be in for a rough setup here. High ground control and space control are going to be the keys for LSU. Keep in mind, what applies on the defense applies doubly so now on the offense.
Right.
Because you have the impetus of closing the gap, right? You get to decide when you're going in, and you're not waiting for the opposing team to kind of play space.
It's true, and Domination definitely recognizing that, doing everything they can to hold onto their abilities as they push this card forward. But with Lerms going down, things are going to slow significantly for them. Reaching going in, gonna make life difficult here for Domination. The Discord Orb doubly so. Nice pick off there from Ehud, and LSU has at least the start that they need here on Sigma Royale.
That play there from the Sigma is kind of how you have to deal with Domination in this situation, right? Taking an aggressive forward position, setting up the Sigma shield behind the tank. It blocks off line of sight on the healers, right? And they're not able to kind of keep their tank alive as you body block them. So tremendous stuff there by the tank of LSU.
Oh yeah, and a nice accretion as well. Gonna put a lot of damage, stop things a little bit for Domination. They have the Discord Orb on them as well, so a lot of damage coming in. But 2 picks in favor of the College of New Jersey. It's gonna be the go button now, doubly so for Domination. They smell blood in the water and continue to push this cart.
Yeah, not having either support up means that you just have to really play passively here. They still have the benefit of this second corner to work around, and keep in mind the Swift Step is here though to get their Kiriko back fairly swiftly.
Gonna be a gravitic flux coming out. Nobody gonna be caught in it this time around, but huge place, put so much damage into Domination that once again they get themselves in a position they didn't want to be in, and the rest of the team has to fall back in kind.
And drawing up the same play and having it work identically should not happen 2 fights in a row. And that's the pulse. I mean, that's the one clip going wide. You're caught in without a blink. Realistic, like Domination falls for the same play. Plays up super aggressively, trying to get to the back line. Ehud allows them, then puts a barrier between the Sigma, between the Ramatra rather, and the healers. And the Suzu's used way too early in that situation. Again, it's tough. And College of New Jersey, I mean, now they're going to be forced to use a lot of resources to try and capture this first point.
It's going to be the Kitsune Rush to start things off here. Amplification Matrix out now, but Domination this time, I think, with a very intelligent use of that Annihilation, pretty much negating the usefulness of that window. Bit of damage coming in, but it's not going to be enough. ECNJ will take the first point.
Wow, LSU. He was everything there.
Yeah.
Transcendence from Fuji a second too late. That's been their players had expired by that point. So another reset, another high ground contest. Evan, I think here, if you're College of New Jersey, you're waiting for LSU to approach, then just run it down with Nemesis and the sound barrier. You want to win this one out just with your sustain advantage here. Don't allow LSU to be in the fight for longer than they absolutely have to.
Yeah, especially considering that LSU, it doesn't have any ultimates coming online, but if Ehud has enough time to build this shatter, that could be game-changing. Just barely misses that charge once again. Greg this time gonna be the hero for the College of New Jersey. Ehud caught out.
Disaster territory for LSU as they don't even force the sound barrier. Just not really a threat in that situation with Greg on the flank. I mean, Greg has been as much as domination has been sort of the primary focal point, Greg has been College of New Jersey's best player.
And Dragon Strike, that's going to leave Ehud without the team behind him. What a shot from Lerms. They got the threat of Lucky Dragon here. Sound barrier is online. Adder does not land. Beautiful block coming out from Domination. And with that, College of New Jersey will take second. And they've given themselves a lot of time.
Yeah, they played that point to perfection. LSU is the one who's been committing to these fights and just have not found any value whatsoever. And I mean, now for College of New Jersey, you're looking at this, you've got every tool you need. You look at this first fight, what do they have to stop you, right? It's going to be Annihilation, most likely, that's going to be used first. There's nothing to really deny any sort of value. And then for the final phase, you've got the Blade as well. Just don't overspend here. Only use what you must. And all of a sudden, this is looking like a capture with, you know, perhaps 2.5 minutes plus.
Fuji gonna have to be on point with this Kitsune Rush as well, since Pocket has their own and they've got so much more in tow, so much more in the bank. Ehud's shield already showing a couple of cracks, so they're not going to be able to sustain very well through here as well. Beautiful Blade coming in, cuts down the supports immediately, and then some, but still, fight is not over. Any stretch of the imagination, they need to get these final few keys. Ehud, though, backs up and is able to take care of business. Now it's just going to be Lerms on point, and they're going to have to back up to rejoin their team.
Look how far the payload moved, though, right? Look how far the payload moved. It's one fight to kind of close this one out. It won't be the 2.5 minute because there was too many players that were eliminated, but College of New Jersey absolutely should close this one out in this next fight, right? Kitsune Rush, Dragon Strike, Annihilation, you literally just run at the objective, dump all your ultimates, and frankly, there's not much else you can do to stop it.
No, there's not, especially considering that the College of New Jersey has taken this high ground approach, right? They're going to be able to drop down with basically all of their abilities ready to go. They've completely surrounded the objective now. Annihilation should be going in soon. Lerms hasn't even used the Dragon Strike yet, and the Onion King is already down. Sune rushes out, but Pocket has fallen. Here comes the Annihilation now. Greg doing a lot of work. Lerms still holding on to that Dragon Strike. Might not even need it in the end. Lets it go anyway, and 2:30 for the College of New Jersey.
A minute and a half
minute
difference.
to LSU.
That is tremendous at this stage of time. So we now head to the second phase, and I mean that is literally a 2-fight difference in the timing. LSU likely gonna have to play perfectly on this first corner to kind of perhaps give themselves a chance in this map, because College of New Jersey are right back in it.
They certainly are. Definitely gonna have to rise to the occasion here. And you know, this is just an observation, not necessarily, you know, about only this matchup, but attack has honestly felt so much more dominant. I feel like, at least today, right? We've seen numerous map completions for both sides, and I don't feel like that was the case over the last few weeks, or even necessarily into the fall.
I mean, with the rise of sort of these brawl sort of setups, get a lot of value on the offense. But even with that, I mean,
I respect a man who puts his hair up.
It's more practical and quite dignified.
I like the voice lines so far that we've been hearing from Overwatch. There's been a lot of really fun, a lot of really unique ones.
I agree with Hansa, by the way. Tying your hair up when you have long hair is quite practical.
Indeed.
Dignified thing I don't necessarily care about, but back to the control composition, by the way, for LSU, and the Wrecking Ball as well as the Pharah. And there's no hit scan for College of New Jersey, so Derek should, one would expect, be sort of the through line in terms of the damage for LSU.
With that Mercy Pocket incoming, Ehud gonna go in pretty aggressively here, forced to use their adaptive shields. Doesn't get a whole lot from it as well, which means they're gonna have to spend a little bit extra time away from the team and away from the point, but they're coming back from behind after having gotten that health back. In the meantime, though, that's given enough leverage for Domination to get that pick onto Onion King. Lucky will strike back, equalize in the kill feed. Is it gonna be enough, though, is the question for LSU, with Greg dashing through Fuji. Gonna be rough. Things are even at the moment. 4 seconds left to go here. Ehud does, in fact, pick off Domination, so they will be able to get a second fight here.
Ooh, I mean, it's just Ehud and Onion King on the point, though. Respawns haven't quite come back in, so it's a bit of a stalemate now as Greg contests the objective.
Yeah, Greg just poking.
Yeah, first ult really does likely win this fight, right?
Yeah, and Greg with that Dragon Blade could be absolutely devastating. Of course, if Lucky Dragon hits a big pulse bomb here, could be massive. Domination going down is actually huge here. Derek now has the barrage online. Nobody really at the moment trying to stop anything. Here comes that barrage, but it's reflected. Derek gets nothing out of it, so the College of New Jersey looking to put the finishing touches here. LSU gets close, but they will not cap first.
Greg says no. That is a shutdown and a half. Greg has come up in a big way for the College of New Jersey, and I mean, while the rest of the team is there to support him, Greg is the instrument of that victory, of that hold for the team in blue in this map. I mean, just the stall on the payload to make sure that they can't get any further. They can't get to the checkpoint. Then generating the blade, shutting down the barrage as well. All of that, not just the lethality, but the survivability of the Genji player. And I mean, Greg has been game in, game out a difference maker for College of New Jersey in this particular match against LSU. And once again, it showcases why.
It certainly does. And now all that remains to be seen is they can recreate that magic. They just have to push it through first point, and 2.5 minutes. It feels like plenty of time to get that job done, especially considering what we saw from them first time through.
Oh, absolutely, right? This is around the second corner, which LSU had to kind of give up to, right? They had to play that far back anyway. And I mean, for College of New Jersey, this is looking very, very winnable for them. Especially based on kind of the fact they can brawl in and they can play poke if absolutely necessary, because Lerms has been hitting shots on top of it. So definitely very, very, I would say winnable for the College of New Jersey here.
The more Overwatch 2 we see as well, especially on this patch, the better and better Ramatra is looking. With these teams really recognizing that here. And now they're back onto the Pharah. Lerms initially was on that Hanzo, but recognizing, I think, the aerial presence, opting now for the Soldier 76, see if they can put a little bit more pressure. Keep Barrett at bay. Not already making its way to the first point here. Barrett now. A little bit better view of what's going on. As their sight set on Lerms takes them out. Their biggest threat is now gone, is no more. So Ehud trying to push in a little bit more aggressively. Domination's turn now, but Greg getting picked off by Lucky Dragons is a big deal. LSU coming away with a 5 win, but this card is getting very, very close to completion here, LaFon.
This is where that time bank advantage starts to kind of play through, right? At this stage of the game, LSU had run out of time. They were kind of fighting in overtime. Instead, College of New Jersey has an opportunity to reset and go back to fight a second time. Another change comes through. Greg goes over to an Ashe, but double hit scan is certainly tougher to execute when it's not the insta-kill of the Widowmaker when you've got this much vertical cover as the Pharah and a pocket on it all.
Exactly. You're going to have to several shots consecutively really make a difference here. Domination once again just ignoring the front line, going in deep. Anti-nade hits them. They're not going to be able to get healing from their team. So LSU once again has a hold here. And what was looking really good for the College of New Jersey now looking dicey.
LSU may have brought this one back from the brink. This Pharah pick has been instrumental. Just so much spam and and relatively survivable on top of it all, right? Coupled with the fact that Onion King can essentially solo keep Ehud up because of how safely they're playing and the anti-nade and how strong that is. LSU haven't even need to use any ultimate. So Greg needs to play Mr. Heroes, goes back to Genji. And all of a sudden we're in final fight and College of New Jersey are hunting for any advantage whatsoever.
This Kutsune rush is going to be going to have to be huge from them. Domination really needs to get the going to need to get theirs online as well. Derek comes in with a pair of picks though, and the nano boost onto Ehud seals it for LSU, giving him a 2-1 lead in the series.
We now head to map number 4, push. LSU sits at match point. And I mean, that final fight, it's a resource difference, right? 5 ultimates against 0. You're going to favor the 5 ultimates more frequently than not. So at that point in time, I mean, LSU, they survived the real challenge of that map, and that is obviously that first fight where no one has anything. They pick a better composition. With that Fire Mercy, they're able to keep them alive. And I mean, credit to LSU for reading the game state at that stage. Even if their performance in the sort of head-to-head macro was a little bit weaker, their understanding of where they were in the map and their control of the timer was flawless. And that is what gives them the win and puts them, as I said, at match point.
And really, you know, I want to go back to what you were saying as well about the Pharah and Terra. You know, I feel like it's not a typical pick, at least something that I haven't seen in a whole lot of my games. But when you know, you've got that long side lane, you can just wait. You can hide behind those buildings. Actually, a lot of place for the Pharah to really kind of stay safe just because of the map geometry. Beautiful recognition of it. I mean, they just needed to hold there. That's what they did.
Well, we now wait to see where we go to for push, because this is, I mean, final chance for College of New Jersey. As close as they have been, this map is now a must win for them. In fact, every map from here on out is a must win for them. And with Colosseo, I mean, perhaps you're kind of hoping, we'll see, it's their pick, but maybe that chance, that time bank advantage is going to come back to haunt them on Circuit Royale. We'll see how they close it out, because Colosseo, one feels, plays into the strengths of LSU just a bit.
Yeah, because I feel like they were a little bit stronger on the sniper game, right? And Colosseo, that could be so powerful, right? There's that just enormously long straightaway, right where the push bot starts. And it just prime hunting grounds for a Widowmaker, for an Ashe, for a Hanzo, for a Kiriko. Sorry, not Kiriko, for a Sojourn. Even for Kiriko, let's say it honestly. I mean, if you hit a headshot at a distance, so much damage. So this is interesting. I'm curious to see, you know, what the College of New Jersey thinking was and what they're going to run out on here. I
mean, I'm expecting to run out on the Ramatra, right? It's those open brawl lines that you can get in and out of fairly easily. That's why they're going there, I would assume. But I think more the case is that one of the issues that it also enables both the styles that were successful for LSU, right? You look at the Wrecking Ball composition, that dive, there's a lot of open areas where you can kind of find those rotations. Even if it's not Wrecking Ball, you can still dive on this map. And then if you look at how Circuit Royale at the tail end worked, there's a lot of cover to give success, you know, for vertical options. And that's where LSU has found success. So in essence, I think this is really going to be playing around Domination and Greg, trying to get those two to play, you know, those grounded characters and playing close for the brawl. That's where I think College of New Jersey sees their strengths lying on this map.
Gonna have to play it to a T to come away with a win here today. Colosseo, definitely not one of the maps I feel like we see picked most often when we were talking about push. Like it tends to be either Esperanza or New Queen Street, but we find ourselves in Ehud actually hovering over the Junker Queen in spawn. Be curious to see how this will go up against Domination on the Ramatra.
Certainly both want to play in close, so not really two kind of brawl tanks playing out against each other.
Garrett on the Genji as well. I'm going to be curious to see how that works, just because they were...
this is, of course, the comp. This is the comp they opened up on King's Row, right? On that second phase. Well, it opened up is a bit of a... It's the one they replied to the Ramatra composition with. So far, already finding way more success than they did on King's Row.
Yeah, both supports are down and out of the fight. Lucky Dragon able to get a pick onto Greg as well. LSU makes that fight. It wins that fight in record time. That was fast.
Keep in mind that there is a little bit of a burst of speed and HP, obviously, with the commanding shout. That's the window LSU is operating off of, whereas College of New Jersey, it's the Nemesis trying to get a kill. So both of these are expecting the tank to have sort of an opportunity, right? Using one of their cooldowns to kind of win the fight out. In that particular instance, the burst and the focus attention from LSU was just better, and that's what allows them to win that first engagement.
Domination a little bit ahead in the ult category at the moment, but once again looking to play pretty aggressively, maybe too aggressive. They do get a pick on the Lucky Dragon though, so you can't argue with success. Pocket going down though is a big deal, because that's a big source of the heals now for the College of New Jersey. Base rhythm falling as well, certainly going to cause trouble, but Lerm's not going to be long for this world as Darren has their sights set on them, dashing straight through them. LSU going to continue to push the cart and going to be very close, if not securing. First point cap.
It's just Greg contesting for the moment. They'll get their respawns back. I actually do think they get a contest here, and I believe base rhythm is eliminated, walking back from spawn. So it might not be a full 5 here.
Wow. Domination heads up a play there with the Nemesis form, able to eliminate Lucky Dragon immediately. Ehud going to try and swing things back now with a Rampage. Darrett, it's Blade doing a lot of damage as well, but Greg not to be counted out, still keeping things alive here for the College of New Jersey. This is absolutely not over yet. Oh, going down fairly low. Ehud going to be the remaining player up here for LSU. College of New Jersey going to be getting their respawns back quicker though, so not quite going to be able to capture the point, but certainly a lot of progress made here in favor of LSU.
That was a lot of investment for what is ultimately going to be not capturing that point, which is pretty dangerous for LSU, because now College of New Jersey has a real chance to turn this this next fight, right? I mean, realistically, you expect them to win this next fight. Annihilation. I mean, ult economy just is in College of New Jersey's hands, you know.
Right.
So, barring a misplay, this should be at least an approachment of equalization of progress.
Lerms does commit the overclock, does not necessarily find a pick with it, but certainly forces LSU to back off quite significantly. Here comes the engagement. Now Kitsune rush out from pocket, and with that, Domination goes ahead and uses the Annihilation, going to be able to chase down several members pretty quickly. Lucky Dragon gets another pick though. LSU down by 1, certainly not out of this fight just yet, especially considering that the Annihilation is over here for Domination. Points still being highly contested. Darrett Gusto does go down eventually, so College of New Jersey will eventually win this fight, but quick recontest here from LSU, most likely.
Yeah, that was best case scenario for LSU, actually. The fact that they forced College of New Jersey to commit quite a bit and still be in the situation where they're not quite in the fight, not quite out of it, means that LSU has an opportunity to turn this. Now, Greg, who has been a hero for their squad all night long, has an opportunity to close this one out. A pulse bomb would be tremendous.
Ooh, Domination strikes first with Lucky Dragon being taken out of the fight. A couple players from LSU go low. Base rhythm going to be taken out eventually. Darrett trying to get something done, but getting focused so heavily by the College of New Jersey. Unable to do just that. College of New Jersey will take the lead and get first point cap.
Yeah, that is unfortunately the flip side of sticking around in a fight for that long means you never actually truly reset. And a lot of LSU is caught, you know, low on the low ground with no one around them. I mean, critically, I look at Lucky Dragons there, who the Nemesis form was entirely focused on, and no one was able to support them.
Dash in from Darrett. Very close to this Dragon Blade, so this could certainly be a turning point here for LSU if they play their cards right. Kitsune rush in, now Pocket unable to respond at the moment, and for even longer as they are no longer a part of the fight. Domination, though, tried to turn things back around, not going to be able to do just that as the LSU regains control of the cart.
Yeah, those 2 eliminations shouldn't matter, especially if Evan goes down. We're trying to find the Lucio player. Oh, no, skates away. This is success.
Oh, wow.
Safety. Still, they get forward spawns to College of New Jersey, remember? Louisiana State University very far behind at this stage. And even, at least the checkpoint gets reset here for LSU.
Yeah, they do push it forward far enough. Recognizing that they're not going to be regrouped, though, before the College of New Jersey, they opt to back out, give a little bit of space, make sure they're coming in as a full 5 here. Lerm's going to go ahead and let loose now with the overclock. Here comes the Kitsune rush as well. Ehud counters with a Rampage, takes a lot of damage, and in fact, going to be a little bit too much. Deflect comes in, Dart able to finish one off, but again, College of New Jersey looking a little better in this situation.
Still, is the cart kind of being caught out? If Evan goes down here, ooh,
wow,
unfortunately no one else there. Still, they got rid of Evan, and remember that advanced checkpoint isn't here anymore. So LSU, yeah, they're able to run this one back.
Yeah, Ehud swapping over to the Winston as well. Definitely going to cause some problems here for Greg. Lerms, I think, immediately swapping over to the Reaper because of this.
Yeah, still, I think there's a real opportunity here for the bot to capture the checkpoint. I don't know if there's a contest in time. Someone's get close. Yeah, Greg will get close.
And they will, in fact, get that contest in the nick of time. Annihilation coming in. And before Base Rhythm can even think about using the sound barrier, College of New Jersey just wins that fight.
That was, unfortunately for LSU, just not well approached. I don't recognize the ultimates that TCNJ have. So, at least they'll be able to engage with the sound barrier, right? They'll have a sustained throughput.
Might be enough time to buy them an opportunity for Dart to get the Dragon Blade online. The Kitsune Rush as well. At the moment, it doesn't look like enough pressure is even being put on base or on LSU to use it. They are going to go ahead and pick it up now. That's going to allow them to push forward very aggressively, and that just enables Ehud to get in a lot of swings, start to build up that shatter. Still no picks coming in quite yet. There's going to be stopping the charge from connecting there with Lerms, but Darren finishes them off with the Dragon Blade. Only one pick, though, coming in. Make that 2, as a matter of fact, but it's going to be enough to win this fight and give LSU a chance to equalize.
I mean, still, it's so expensive to have that be barely a 1 fight. New Jersey's going to be able to contest again, right?
Yeah.
They're going to deny this capture once more. These have not been clean fights from LSU.
Going to be a nice pair of Kitsune Rushes coming out. Ehud going to strike first with Evan. Shatter does go down. The picks coming in favor of LSU. This could be the time where they finally capture this point. Charge not going to net anything that time around, but the bot is under their control.
Oh, Derek. Oh, does not get out. I mean, they do get the checkpoint, but now I don't think they're going to equalize in the lead yet.
Right.
And keep in mind, those respawns are so close now for the team in blue.
Lerms dangerously close to the Death Blossom as well. And not really much to counter with a Base Rhythm. Needs to get this sound barrier up quickly. Because outside of that, yeah, the Death Blossom not going to be able to really be stopped. It's going to be 2 picks apiece, but in the end, College of New Jersey cleans things up a little bit better.
Derry trying to play a little bit of fancy footwork is not going to escape with their life. They do the forward spawn, so with 1:15 left, LSU can return in this one. I mean, it's an all-out brawl. Where have we seen this before? Annihilation, sound barrier, close out a map. Shades of King's Row, map 5, definitely a possibility.
LSU desperately wants to close this out with a win, but it's going to be an uphill battle. Here comes this sound barrier in response to the Dragon Blade, trying to see if they can get a kill through those shields. Unable to do just that. Now Domination, recognizing nothing left for LSU, gets Annihilation online and the picks. 30-some seconds left to go. LSU needs a miracle to come back now in this map.
I mean, 30 seconds, it's 2 fights, right? And I mean, College of New Jersey doesn't really have much for this particular one. LSU, there's a real, I mean, this is not unwinnable here for LSU.
Shatter is online for Ehud. They need to make sure they've got the follow up. If they're able to land it, there it goes. Beautiful boop coming out as well from Evan to keep their team alive. Lerms rates away from it. Domination in a tough position. Darrett with the May securing the kill onto them, but Greg comes back in a big way as well. Been a hero so many times for the College of New Jersey. They're just gonna give space though and try again in a moment.
Yeah, they have forward spawns, and they took enough players away from LSU. They've built up to a Kitsune Rush. They didn't use anything. I mean, College of New Jersey are in prime position to close this one out. It's still going to be, I think, a little bit easier said than done, but definitely doable here.
Kitsune Rush now from Pocket. Going to make things very difficult indeed for LSU. This rhythm goes down, but there's been a counter pick. Now the only heals really left online for the College of New Jersey, just coming from the Lucio, and that is not much to speak of, but they're getting very close to the sound barrier. If they get this online, could be big, but Domination going down is not great. And yeah, the Blizzard really the hero of that fight. Going to be enough, though. Sound barrier back in from Evans. Lerms has the Death Blossom. Chasing down this May. They're going to be able to get the pick. No one touches. We go to map 5.
Zoning Death Blossom at the very end. Just enough damage, just long enough for the 1 HP Sojourn. No, they cannot get to the payload in time. Scrappy game on Coliseo going down to the wire. And unfortunately for LSU, they're just not able to convert under the bridge to capture that checkpoint so many times. Left them in a deficit, and College of New Jersey is able to equalize. That being said, we are not done yet. LSU head to control. They won it the first time around as we go to map number 5, College of New Jersey, looking to try and, take it back as they would have taken this one away. So very much a chance of redemption here for College of New Jersey as we are even after 4. It is the final map of the day here in week number 3 of the NACE Star League as we got set for the deciding factor between Louisiana State University and the College of New Jersey. A back and forth affair, one apiece that at the half, then one more each to get us here to this point. Juggle God and myself, Lafon, on the mic once more to close out the night, and we head to Ilios for our deciding game. What a run we've had here tonight, Juggle.
Right? It really has been a lot of exciting games. Some close ones, certainly a couple that were a little one-sided, but love to be ending it with a map 5, honestly. Especially given it's our first look into the open premiere division as well. And Ilios, map I love. I feel like I don't get to see it as often as I like to. Certainly, Leichong Tower is to blame. But here we are, and I'm excited for it. I'm here for it. We're going to be first headed to Lighthouse.
As a reminder, of course, map number 1 was Control. It went in LSU's favor as they opened up with a Wrecking Ball composition. Looks to be the same at this stage of the game into the Farah as well. College of New Jersey, wise to that factor, have decided to put Greg on Sombra and perhaps look to make the Wrecking Ball's life a little bit more difficult.
I like this look for them, right? Because not only does it make it difficult for them, but for the Pharah as well, right? They've got a couple of pretty big counters, but it's still not going to be enough as Evan falls first. No Lucio to be found on either side at the moment. Certainly more heals in the bank, in the pocket here for the College of New Jersey. Ehud going to be picked off eventually, not quite able to get that health back that they needed. So, College of New Jersey going to be moving on to point pretty quickly. There is another pick, though, that comes in from Darrett. Not going to be enough, though, to slow down the College of New Jersey.
Yeah, it's just a lot of this. We've seen this composition, by the way, before in dealing with this Pharah setup. And that was in last week, actually, especially on New Queen Street on push.
Right.
There's the Wrecking Ball. Sorry, the Diva does a lot to just mitigate damage from the Pharah and the Wrecking Ball. Obviously, the Sombra, we know what the Sombra brings in terms of just disrupting the rotation of the tanks, but also the Tracer, right? There's a lot of pressure put on there, and then the healing throughput of the Lucio and Baptiste.
That's a big kill there from Ehud onto Lerms. Greg without many options, because right before that, Ehud did in fact take away their translocator, finding it almost by happenstance. So great recontest, great recapitulation of the point there for LSU.
Yeah, the reason why this time around the composition doesn't work is because the College of New Jersey don't play next to each other. They're all separated, and it allows Ehud to get that one shot that, you know, sort of gets this composition its success. Obviously, Darren in the air with the Pharah aids that, but yeah, College of New Jersey, if they want to play this style to try and shut down the Wrecking Ball, they're going to have to play a lot closer to each other.
Ooh, that's a big hack coming in onto Lucky Dragon. Even if it didn't work, it was going to force out a couple of ultimates committed here by LSU, but they're rewarded with another fight win.
I mean, in fairness, it's fairly fast building ones that they kind of get to as well, and they are going to catch the last stagger as on top of it all. So LSU, it feels like they've warmed right back up to their composition, have now isolated multiple individuals. College of New Jersey, this is a must-win fight for them, right? Not only will it be at that sort of 70% mark, which allows them an extra fight if things go awry, but the EMP needs to be a winning tool for them here.
It certainly does. The Immortality Field is already out too, which is definitely going to make things a little bit easier here for LSU, but Greg going to be able to catch out Darrett. These things are going to be a lot harder for them. Lucky Dragger coming away with a pick onto Craig. So certainly not over yet, and LSU continuing to put numbers on the board, right? This is still their control.
Yeah, and this is disaster territory for College of New Jersey. It doesn't matter that they're winning this fight. They have to use everything, and they're not really getting nearly as much value as they would have liked. Instead of it being the 70% mark, it's going to be like the 85% mark instead. And,
yeah, that's
now, I mean,
LSU
one. Yeah, exactly. So, and I mean, College of New Jersey actually switched off this Sombra now too. So Ehud, the hack interruption, not really as big a deal. It's going to be damage throughput instead. And Greg has to worry about 2 players instead of just 1 on LSU side.
Domination going to throw out the self-destruct, presumably to remech. I'm going to take a little bit of damage from above, but still able to get the pick onto Evan. Lerm's not necessarily getting what they need. That's going to be a big minefield here, forcing the attack visor off the high ground. They still get the kills, though, from it. Eventually, Lerm's does go down, and LSU beginning to turn this back around. Darren actually gets the D-Mech as well. Pulse Bomb lands onto Pocket, and that was a fight which by all rights should have gone to the College of New Jersey.
It does technically go to them, but unfortunately the respawns are so fast from LSU that it's now just a Lucio trying to contest the objective with a Tracer. Evan's still doing a great account for themselves. That is some big pickup to keep that Mercy in flight. Still doesn't get the kill, though.
Yeah, Fuji hangs on by a thread there. Greg, fortunately knocked off the side by Ehud, but does eventually flip over to LSU, so now they're going to be able to get it within a winning position if the College of New Jersey does come away with this fight win. That's going to be one more for LSU. Trying desperately to hold on to point right here. Evan seeing if they can continue to stall. Domination does get a pick onto Fuji. Gonna have to see whether or not it's going to be enough. Ehud doesn't quite get the slam that they were looking for. Sound barrier now out for Evan too, but they're going to be very, very low as well. Tracer tool in the back goes the way of Greg. So College of New Jersey might in fact turn this around here at the very end, at the last moment, especially considering Ehud is down and out.
Tragically, Base Rhythm's sound barrier does not quite tag on to the Tracer. So Lucky Dragons is faced with a Diva and Tracer in contest and is only 1 HP. Still, LSU, I mean, that was a very expensive fight. And it's now final fight territory. Lucky Dragons cannot die. I was a stick, but I believe it was on the Tracer, so it actually ends up being recalled away.
So you're looking to retake the point. College of New Jersey going back into contest. There is a minefield on point, but there is a window out front as well. Point's going to flip over to him. Domination is down. Somebody has to touch point. They eventually get there, but there's so many mines on point. It's so difficult to decide where to go. Lerms does find Dart. That's a big pick in favor of the College of New Jersey, but still, they're trying to have to contest it. We have Attack Visor now coming out from Lerms. They've got to crucially both supports. That's going to be a boop off the map. Potentially no. Evan somehow still hangs on. The point still being hotly contested as Lucky Dragon has found Greg in the mix. Ehud does go down. This is being fought out tooth and nail. Domination could just clear this away with a self-destruct. They try to get the barrage out. It's not going to be enough. Point flipping over in their favor. That's going to do it. College of New Jersey with a nice comeback there at the end.
That was hotly contested. I mean, Evan, absolutely the hero of the College of New Jersey. Without the Lucio's fancy footwork, that point would not have been contested for as long as it was. And I mean, that's just a tremendous showcase by Evan. I mean, a performance on Lucio that we haven't seen in quite some time. Dare I say the best individual look of a Lucio at the NACE Star League so far this season.
Yeah.
And now LSU, what once was a strong start, looking ever less likely. Still, we now head to Well, which is going to be the most difficult opportunity for College of New Jersey. The displacement abilities abound. And of course, the map calls.
Ehud gonna go over towards the cage initially. Well, teams absolutely with the opportunity to take advantage of that well. A little bit awkward though for Wrecking Ball. There's not the greatest angles here in order to try and get a boob off, so it might even be Domination who has a little bit easier of a time trying to push people out. Greg though, with an opportune hack, helps take out Ehud. College of New Jersey looked like they were cruising at this point. First fight win spells good things for them, especially considering they only need to win one more sub map.
Ooh. It feels like College of New Jersey are all on the same page at this stage of the game. I was 3 players turning on to the Lucio as soon as they were hacked. Of course, that was the tail on the fight. But I mean, now, yeah, this is going to be really tough. Derek going to switch over to Echo. This is a much better setup for dueling in close. Doesn't have the same level of burst damage as the Pharah, though, right?
Right. Makes it a little bit tougher for tanks, though, at times, especially considering that focusing beam not going to be stopped by the defense matrix that Domination has. So definitely some advantages to it. We need to get that focusing beam onto Evan. Pays dividends there, but with Ehud down, it's going to be a little bit more of a thorn of the side than Evan going down here is proving out as this fight continues.
Yeah, Ehud has just not been able to get in and out, right? The skirmishing of the Wrecking Ball has been basically denied by the College of New Jersey. And I mean, there's only half the point left. LSU, they're going to make a switch now. Better now than late as they go to a Diva. I mean, they still don't have any real win conditions.
Yeah, maybe if Lucky Dragon can play this slow enough, they can get a pulse bomb out, but Ehud has already been demeched because of the hack onto them. And it's almost a foregone conclusion as well that College of New Jersey wins this one out just because of their ult bank. Dara does get a nice pick onto Evan, though, so things certainly aren't over yet. Pulse bomb going to be with this time. Lucky Dragon pays for it with their life. EMP catches the remaining members. Ehud does get remeched, but they're hacked almost immediately after that, gone down to half health. We're now in last fight territory. LSU cannot afford any more mistakes.
And what a turnaround for map 1. It mirrors does history. It was a shutout on that third round. Now it's just not going to be the case.
Hackvisor now going to make things very difficult for LSU. Flurry of kills come in. This is going to do it. The College of New Jersey, save for America, will be coming away with the map win here on Ilios. What a close game.
Celebratory Sound barrier, the boop to deny the mercy, and that will be it. LSU fall as the College of New Jersey takes that victory in stunning fashion as they ice out Ilios to earn the victory here. And what a tremendous performance by the College of New Jersey. Unbelievable stuff as they switch to a composition, utterly deny the Wrecking Ball any sort of space to work. And I mean, what more to say than we got to highlight Evan, first of all, right? That Lucio play on this first point of Ilios, game changing. You know, what a different look if that 99 to 99 had not been contested for even a quarter of a second. And all of a sudden, that second round becomes sort of irrelevant going to a third. So, yeah, I mean, College of New Jersey, I think that first round speaks to the entirety of the series. At times, outclassed, and then comes back with a fury and a vengeance to take the victory back in their favor. I mean, you look at Kings Row, you look at here at Ilios again once more, and yeah, overall, a tremendous performance by the College of New Jersey. So they take a 3-2 series victory.
Yeah, congratulations to him. Hard fought. LSU put up a great showing, but in the end, too, I think, you know, I also think that College of New Jersey, they just took that momentum from that fantastic win on Lighthouse, and it just seemed like the wind was out of the sails for LSU there in that final map, and College of New Jersey, they were just firing on all cylinders. So congratulations to them. Well-deserved victory here. Well-fought victory as well. So we are going to throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. An interview here for our final match when we return.
All right, welcome back to the show. And now it's time to say farewell, actually, as it's time to head out. It's going to be it from myself, as well as Juggle God here on the Overwatch broadcast. But have no fear, right? You can see the outcome of the day. Fairly close games overall. A couple of 3-0s in the middle, but still some very competitive Overwatch. Nonetheless, as we get set, or as we go through the second week of a broadcast, third week overall. As I said, that's it for Overwatch for tonight, but for the rest of the week, there's more action coming to you. Tune in, of course, tomorrow and beyond as the NA Star League continues. That's it for me and Juggle God for this week. We'll be back next Tuesday, so we'll see you then. Until next week, good night.